Opa, opa, fala aí. Tô acordando uma hora mais cedo do que eu pensava e ainda deu problema aqui na hora de eu iniciar o jogo no PlayStation que não tava entrando. Tive que ir lá mexer no PS4, consegui entrar aqui. Vamos lá. Dá pra jogar umas 6 horinhas aí. Continuar. Onde que eu tava falando aquele negócio de. Que eu tinha lido ontem? Eu não lembro o que era, mas que eu tinha. Tá. Ah, checagem. Eu achava que checagem branca você tinha que colocar o ponto lá na habilidade, igual eu falava, né? Use pontos para desbloquear a habilidade e desbloquear. Esquecer reflexões. Checagem branca pode ter rolagem. Nova rolagem. Aqui, checagem de habilidade. Explore opções ou suba de nível para tentar novamente checagens. Para tentar novamente. Checagens vermelhas são permanentes. Era acho que nas dicas aqui tá falando alguma coisa. A maioria das checagens tem modificadores de dificuldade secretos. Falar com as pessoas certas pode reabrir uma checagem branca fechada, tá vendo? Então não é só colocar o ponto de habilidade. Subir de nível, explorar opções. Você pode tentar a checagem vermelha apenas uma vez. Você pode continuar fazendo que você falhou, pode ser tentado novamente, aumentando habilidades e relacionamentos. Que é um dos jeitos, né? Não consegue colocar mais pontos em uma habilidade? Drogas aumentam o limite de aprendizagem, mas são ruins para a sua saúde. Eu cheguei a pensar em colocar um ponto de saúde lá de. Como que é o primeiro lá? Resistência, porque um de vida, qualquer coisa que você faz, você toma dano, qualquer coisa, você morre, é um de vida. Eu fico o jogo inteiro com um de vida, pelo menos colocar um ponto lá, fica dois, né? Se eu tomar um dano, opa, tomei um dano. Tá esperto, agora eu tenho que estar esperto o jogo inteiro. Não posso arriscar nada. Eu vou fazer uma. Que eu subi de nível, eu vou fazer um save. Eu vou colocar um ponto lá no resistência. E vou ver se eu vou aumentar para 2 de vida. Se aumentou, beleza. Eu vou deixar. Aí depois eu volto, eu faço coisas que eu quero. Se não, aí eu já tiro e coloco em outro lugar já. Ó, Revachol é pronunciado Revachol. Oranje é pronunciado Oranje. Oranje. Class é pronunciado Klasje. É estilo holandês, né? Esse do J ser tipo um I. Um Y igual tá ali. É misturado, né? Um francês aí com inglês, com sei lá, alguma parte da Europa aí, holandês. Eu lembro até algumas coisas russas ali. Mas não em caractere, né? Mas é bem diferenciado. Precisa passar o tempo? Compre um livro. O tempo voa com uma boa leitura. Se um recipiente que não consegue abrir, equipa um pé de cabra. Então, eu tô achando que tem dentro do meu fichário lá no distintivo, mano. Eu tenho que tentar abrir. Falaram que, ele falou que era uma caneta, alguma coisa assim, um lápis, alguma coisa, né? Bem na hora que eu tinha pegado a caneta do cara emprestado. Tem que tentar abrir aquilo lá. Ó, a maioria das pessoas vão para a cama após as 21. 21 horas, ou não muito depois disso. As ruas ficam mais vazias durante a noite. Às 2 horas todos estão dormindo. Então das 21 às 2 ainda pode ter uma outra pessoa ali. E 2 horas ainda está todo mundo dormindo. Você pode dormir após 21. Dormir cura toda a sua saúde moral. Tá cheio faz tempo. Investigar é cansativo, faça intervalos, fale com estranhos, explore. Sol de baixo, coloque pontos em resistência lá. É isso mesmo, então. Tem que colocar em resistência pelo menos um ponto para ficar com 2 de vida. Moral baixo, coloque pontos em evolução. Se eu pensei, só que eu já tenho 2. Tá tranquilo. Tipo uma lanterna em áreas com pouca iluminação. Pontos de habilidade também podem ser usados para comprar novos espaços. Olha, pontos de habilidade também podem ser usados para comprar novos espaços no gabinete de reflexão. Ou esquecer reflexões antigas. Ah, então como destrava é com ponto de habilidade aquilo lá, velho. Isso é checagem durante você pode tentar novamente. Muitas coisas de informação adicional, a gente continua com voz. Pensando com autoridade. Esse aqui eu acho que eu li ontem, né? Eu parei de ler aqui porque eu já não sabia quem que era Kitsuragi. Vou fazer algo pelas costas do tenente Kitsuragi. Saia de fininho quando ele dormir. Ah, olha só. Então tem isso. A grana tá curta, equipe uma sacola plástica, colete garrafas e vendas no Frit. Olha só. Jogo fora. A grana tá curta, equipe uma sacola plástica. Caralho. Tá, legal. Bora, continuar. Beleza. 13,26, não teve, mais ou menos, acho que era isso que eu tinha. Bom, 1 de vida. Eu vou colocar um em resistência, eu posso colocar mais um, depois pra isso tem que usar logo pelo que tá falando ali. Pelo menos ficou com 2, né? Aí então quando eu ganhar um ponto de habilidade eu posso vir aqui e destravar elas, eu acho, pelo jeito. Mas... Ah, me destravou quando eu achei outra coisa, né? Estranho. Ou eu posso esquecer, no caso, né? Porque esse aqui tá me dando... maior de percepção, né? Aumentado para 5. Calma. Eu tô perdendo percepção em algum lugar? Eu tava tudo colorido, ele tava bonitinho. Oh, tá bonitinho ali, colorido, pagou. Não tô ganhando percepção em nada. Porque percepção eu coloquei 1. Base é o que eu aprendi. Ah, tá, mas aumentou o limite, tá. Não aumenta a ponto, mas eu posso usar ele 5 vezes, em vez de 4, igual é todos aqui. Vamos ver depois como que vai ser isso aqui. Só tô entendendo pra subir. Bom, hoje é o dia de conversar com os carinha. Não vou ainda vomitar lá pra baixar o corpo. Esperar colocar um ponto de resistência pelo menos, dar uma melhorada, né? É só ver quanto que é. É 8%, 3% pra não deixar um jogo não vomitar. Já que eu vou ter que fazer isso, né? Só pra ver aqui.
There he still is, looking right through you.
3%
with his white eyes,
de
the body
resistência.
below.
Beleza. Eu poderia pular lá também pra pegar minha roupa, né? Talvez meu distintivo esteja lá. Tem um monte de gente pra conversar ali. E eu vou por aqui, ó. Conversar com esse pessoal aqui.
Life doesn't need to be a struggle.
Gaston Martin.
I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to angry hard René first.
Primeiro com o velho e zangado René.
Have you no shame?
Não,
Whining
amor.
about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration.
Checagem aqui de coordenação motora, eu não coloquei,
I
né?
can see that.
Mas
We're
talvez
both
esteja
old.
bem, 10.
Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
Melhor observá-los primeiro. Ó, a alta. Ih, eu tenho mais 2 ainda. Então eu tenho 4, tenho 6, tem que tirar um 4 só. Pegue a bola e mostre eles como se faz. Momento de seu tempo, companheiros. Não se envolva no jogo. Não sei se é legal chegar. Haja sem hesitação, olha lá. Se eu começar aqui eu tenho mais 2 de vantagem por agir sem hesitação. Ah, vambora. Nossa.
You are immediately surprised by the ball.
Tirei um 6, cara.
No matter. You'll make it work.
Fica imediatamente surpreso com a falta de peso da bola. Não importa, você vai fazer funcionar. Cara, eu tirei 6, eu precisava tirar 4, né? Sinta a bola, observe os arredores, liberte-se, seja a bola.
A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind, everything fades until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. The cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it, probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered with bumps of learning and scars of victory. Already your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity. The man ball is ready.
Há tempo para último olhar interno. Quem sou eu? Liberte-se, seja a bola. Nossa, velho.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
E onde que ele tacou a bola, velho? O soldado grita de indignação, bordel de merda.
A whorehouse of shit? It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23
Não foi um
meters,
puta
probably
monte
24,
merda.
and
O
then
tiro foi de pelo menos 23,
nothing to
né?
be embarrassed about.
24, mais um foi. Nada que se envergonhar.
What the hell is your problem?
Não é um tríceps direito fraco, isso é certo. O problema, eu entendo.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn
Sabe que
disrespectful.
né?
You vandalized our game, son. You can't play petanque with 5 bull.
Técnica, mais 5 bolas.
Well, it damn well isn't. It's petanque. You ruined a petanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Caiu na
Of
água,
course
né?
there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
Achei de tarefa hoje.
Good. Mistakes are forgiven, when men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
Yes, why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder. You never know. He might know something. This is a good vantage point.
É, nunca se sabe, né?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
Igual também as dublagens dos dois.
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
Falar que esses caras depois do sindicato, velho. Mentirão.
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
Encontrou mulheres policiais. Se fosse o mestre Kami, né? Sobre política.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. Yes. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Why what?
Aqui, o quê?
Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose the name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the commies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Demais pra escolar.
This here is blood ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil. Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still all influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
Esses socialistas grandes, abrindo o caminho para que a classe trabalhadora dure assim o controle. Potências estrangeiras limparam nossa bagunça e agora nos governam. As cabeças de vergonha. Essa coalizão parece bastante capaz, na verdade. Mostra provando que não entendem como funciona o dinheiro.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case. Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already. It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened.
Nossa, é difícil ver essa compostura, hein? Mas antes de falar com você, você ainda estava nas bolas do papai quando isso aconteceu. Quando nós promovemos nossa última resistência contra a sujeira e levamos a cavalaria direto para o meio do tiroteio. Você sabe alguma coisa sobre o homem enforcado nos fundos? Não, que já foi. Já foi. 17% e menos 1 porque eu joguei o bolo no mar. Checagem branca. Não compensa. O que há nesse velho soldado que eu deixo tão orgulhoso? Tô com 4. Eu preciso tirar 10. Tirar 10, né? Não compensa. Vamos tentar pegar o bolo. Tem um buraco mesmo, não passa aqui não? Esqueci que tem essa lanterna, né? Eu tinha que interagir mais com a fechada, né? Meu pai é bolo e perdi. Passa uma confusão sobre o jogo que René e Gaston estavam jogando. Você jogou uma das bolhas de tanque deles bem longe do mar. No mar. O lançamento foi excelente, mas agora você deve a eles uma boa. Pelo menos uma esfera metálica similar. Não consigo ali. Não consigo ali na parte do mar. Não consigo pra caramba ir ali. Olha, quando tiver, eu já tô aqui de foto.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque.
Aquele bagulho de máquina lá, né? Lidar com máquina poderia ajudar aqui.
This panel usually
Cálculo
closes the
visual.
water lock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Deixa eu alavancar pra cima.
Pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water lock to get across the canal, some other way.
Mola traz a alavanca de volta para a posição original. Você ainda precisa fechar a encruza para conseguir atravessar o canal. Alguma outra forma. Ah, foi nova tarefa.
Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Eu tô no tiro, hein? Isso aqui tem data. Hoje é segunda. Para chegar à costa, você precisa usar o painel para fechar a encruza. Ela está bloqueada, aguardando reparo, que deve ser finalizado na quarta-feira pela manhã. Será uma nova área em Norte Anal, tá? Quarta-feira, então vão arrumar.
Good day to you, officers.
Ele tá na mão. Dia para vocês, policiais.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Revachol. Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then. It's supposed to operate the waterlock, but as noted, it's all junk right now. Disabled because of the blockage. Safety measure. Turns out the panel needs a special key to be reactivated. Wouldn't want anyone moving the waterlock with debris still in the channel. It'll be restarted on Wednesday morning. You want to do the honors when the time comes? Great! Just drop in on Wednesday if you want to see the waterlock at work. They say the canal crew will be here at 7:15.
7h15.
The coast part of the map is inaccessible until the third day.
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Revachol.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Where? There? Those are old. These bullets were fired during the revolution, over half a century ago. They do not warrant investigation. Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Olha.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
25 centavos.
There was a revitalization project in '49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue on that intersection. Then something went sour. I suspect that something was Everard Clare, the union leader. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here. We should have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Peixe ali, ó. Na questão. Eu vou ter que achar outra bola de metal, não dá pra pular aqui no mar não. Opa! Assim, 2:15 do nada. Passei no recorde. Uma sacola ali? Sacola plástica amarela. Boa. Sacola plástica tem frite escrito nela de uma forma dinâmica, forçada. Implica ótimos preços. Quando você abre, uma lufada de malte atinge seu rosto. Cheira a fermento e cerveja, um lugar perfeito para descartáveis. Se precisa equipar, eu posso vir aqui direto.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk, written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast, studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. You know this to be the star of Pericarnassus, or the Cairo, the second church, a star towards. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to ruin in a coin-operated viewer. It took ingenuity.
Vamos equipar na mão. Eu vou indo em alguma coisa do fricção, né? Não vou saber o que tem 2 garrafas. Dá alguma coisa diferente, né? Onde garrafa aqui tem?
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Vamos andar pelos lugares aqui. Ver se encontro umas garrafas. Só com a sacola equipada que aparece. Acho que o cara sumiu daqui. Posso fazer não aqui. Mais, né? Eu tava fazendo esquema de foto 39 minutos. Vou dar o que mesmo? Ah, não fala, né? Sete garrafas. Tá aumentando de tamanho? Não sei já. Oh. Não, aí não. Ué, aqui.
The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guarantee.
Boa. Tomara que... Agora tá enchendo mesmo, né? Vai que depois vem, né? Já consigo pegar ali. Deixa eu correndo, né? O cara já sabe onde eu vou. Eu nunca achei sacola, hein? Uma nota.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island,
Da
pointing toward the
montaria.
sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip
O
II,
Felipe é
the opulent,
Filipiano.
father of Philip
Revachol.
IV, the insane." As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
Ouviu a história da cratera de René.
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement? Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them, sometimes at kings.
The king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings.
Vamos ver nessa enciclopédia aqui. Eu preciso tirar 5.
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
Reservoir real. Bahia Insulindiana.
Cocaine. His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. Neither do people in Martinez. The statue has proved to be controversial in a neighborhood mostly populated by the left-leaning working class. Those critics might have it wrong, though. There's more to it than just ironism, but you can't say what precisely. Perhaps this art mystery will be solved at a later time. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death. Not that he ever did in life either.
Tem uma coisa no carro. É gata branca. É um instrumento físico, vou colocar ela. O outro estava me dando conceitualização e menos sugestão, não. Vamos colocar gata branca, não vai dar pra perceber mesmo. Malha. Nossa, horrível, né? Mas deixa um de instrumento físico aí. Opa! Tô vendo onde que é essa loja do Fritel aí. Ó, querem que ele ilumine aqui.
Small, wrinkled woman does not
Condutora do pálido.
along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face.
Eu entendi o rosto dela.
The photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Ei!
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better to leave her alone.
Por quê?
Why? I just told you why.
Ih, caralho. O Padilho tá fora. Tá vendo onde tá tendo a greve, né? Não. Opa! Tem limite, será? Vou vir por aqui, né? Ninguém tá vendo. Aí. E é aqui. Eu não trabalho. Muita gente pra falar aqui, viu? Mas eu vou conversar sobre isso com vocês, não sabem o que a palavra trabalho significa. Aproveitar isso aqui. Não consigo conversar com ele, ainda bem que ele não é tudo assim. O sindicato é uma fraude, me prometo ter uma vaga. Olha, cara, precisa alimentar umas crianças. Gente pra caramba aqui. Falar com esse cara que tá mais... Ah, não dá pra falar com esse cara? Acho que dá. Nossa, olha o primeiro bug aí. Atravessar o personagem. Deixa eu passar aqui assim. Vamos lá, aqui. Vou conversar com o cara aqui no meio. Só ele, né? Opa! Conversar com o cara ali em cima. Dezesseis e 15, eu não lembro que hora que abre o refeitório. Pra mim era 21 horas, né? Dentro acho que não vai ter nada pra coletar. Oi, o que é esse cara aí?
A colorful piece of plastic is dangling from his carabiner. Makes your fingers itch.
Ih, olha lá.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Aumento físico. Acabei de aumentar um. Desafiadora. Eu preciso tirar 3, preciso tirar 8 no dado. Não, 9. Pra acordar.
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistics company who owns and operates the harbor. Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do aside from drinking and sleeping.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
You've just picked up some
Magnesium.
magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
Ah, é? Só isso? Ah, então magnésio é bom. O bagulho que eu tô fazendo lá serve. É só no pedaço de plástico.
It's a dock worker's ID, doubling as a shift card and a job permit. A young, able-bodied man stares back at you from the photo. Santiago S. John.
83 aqui, impressionante. Arroba a indicação do... Preciso tirar uns 5.
Your fingers find their way into the shackle, flicking open its spring-loaded gate. The metal loop holds the plastic ID and a leather-bound pocketbook. The man emits a loud snore. Is he about to wake up? Doesn't look like it, but you never know. Better be quick.
A gente pode me ver?
No, he's looking the other way. Perhaps purposefully. You find a black paper note.
R$5. Puta merda.
Seems like this woman lived centuries ago. The note says 5 real. It feels nice and greasy. Yum yum. Money. Think of all the things you can buy with this. The synapses in your brain fire with glee. You slip the plastic ID card out of the loop and pocket it. The man continues to snore. Just for the record, you look nothing like the man on the document.
Tá.
The sleeping dock worker
Não vou
has
tentar
little to
acordar ele
say
não.
about your actions.
Tá bom assim. Opa. Um cartão de ponto padrão de estivador, funcionando também como permissão de trabalho. No canto inferior esquerdo contém uma foto do homem a quem esse item costumava pertencer. Vocês dois não se parecem, só para você saber. Minutos, deixa eu ver esse cara aqui. Maluco, é tudo uma questão de dinheiro, sabe? Tem que gastar dinheiro pra ganhar dinheiro. Não. Oh, nessa parte, tá chegando. Deixa eu ver. Nada aqui não. 17 garrafas, será que é quanto cada uma? Preciso achar essa loja. Opa, valeu a pena, hein, Vim? Valeu a pena. Nossa, valeu a pena pra caramba. Nossa. Olha. Você é louco, hein? Só acender a luz agora.
Still. A terrible mistake. Turn the
Nossa,
lights
de
off
novo.
immediately. You can crack the lights are off. The window stands broken in its frame. The morning light hurts your eyes.
Solta a garrafa aqui, velho. Tem a cor da minha mão lá praticamente. Já é 4 horas já.
Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance.
Ah, peguei bastante aqui, velho. 25 garrafas, velho. De 8 aqui. Acho que aqui por enquanto é isso. Eu queria ver que hora que abre isso aqui, mano.
The dented yellow mailbox.
Esse aqui fala alguma coisa do fritel.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Aqui mostra o bagulho lá, de novo.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence.
That's plausible. A similar reckless abandon seems to be in evidence.
Olha que cor. Pô, tu devolvi a chave, né, pro cara.
The trash container. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. You see milk, an egg rest with one broken egg in it. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Baptiste, the container sounds a muffled gong.
Eu tô com 13 e 6 agora. Uma garrafa aqui. Aqui também. Cura adquirido. Eu passei aqui. Pular aqui é quanto, né? Não, tô horrível disso aqui. Tô perdendo 2, eu tenho que tirar os negócios lá que foi fazer. Vai pra 4, daí eu posso tirar 8. Eu morro. Um indivíduo eu morro. Ó. Vai saber por quê, né? Peguei. Aproveitar e vou ver isso aqui. Morado, esse aqui gasta meia hora, ele falou, né? Meia hora para juntar uma. Tá. Meia hora do próximo. 16:24. 16:39. Vai ser 15 minutos.
A graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. Cause of failure: rent too high. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case." The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the belles lettres have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3. The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. Did someone ask what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next, or are we done?
Deixa eu ver se dá pra usar os dois ao mesmo tempo. Ah, completou. Ah, não, ele completou, não ganhei coisa não. Deixa eu pegar uma agora então. Rápido. Pensar que esse tempo de live count eu não tinha nem feito meu personagem. Dá 1h14 de live até agora. Terminei com 1h20. Tá, aqui não falou de solução, mas eu perdi meus bônus temporários. Finalmente, né? Voltei no calafrios. Revelação iminente. Ah, tá, escreveu lá. Forma de vida baseada em magnésio. Isso não aparece como esquecer, nem nada. Isso aqui tem solução. Talvez não dê pra mexer porque eu tô aqui no negócio. Caso insolúvel.
A.K.A. Leslie and Burke. A.K.A. The public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man, and you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition, because that's where the action is. Can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol, so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing?
Virou indecência pública, né? Se não me engano era isso.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day, when Burke takes a swing at your ledger. He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face. Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it, but are unable to do so. The officer began to cry, reports Leslie, who, at this point, is tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore. Can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved. Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Do you want to read another one?
Tem mais 3. 5,59. Cenas da bola quadrada.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it?
18 horas.
There seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape. That's all you got. From the half hour you've spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead. Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next? One day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Quebre no joelho como o Burke. Preciso tirar um 10, preciso tirar um 5. 6, 7, 6, preciso tirar um 4 aqui. Um caminho solitário tá me dando menos 1 pra isso aqui, velho. Deixa eu...
Magnesium-based life form.
Vamos ver o que vai dar. Da hora.
We tell them, hell no.
Solução.
You're about to become a
Nós dizemos a
magnesium-based
eles.
life form. The age of the primitive carbon man is done. No longer must mankind rely on slow-working background radiation to take us further into our genetic destiny. This is the era of guided evolution, and magnesium is the key. You are the first of your species. The next step in human evolution. An advanced magnesium protein man mags it up, drinks it down, and sniffs it sideways.
Cara, perder lógica. Eu vou ganhar 2 de moral, mas perder 1 de lógica, velho. Ai! Ah, mano, não quero perder 1 de lógica, velho. Glândula recipiente de magnésio. Isso não existe, cara. Vou ter que colocar um ponto de lógica lá. Nossa, lógica é muito bom. Precisa ter 5 de lógica, velho. Esquece a resistência. O meu próximo ponto vai ser de lógica. Eu vou colocar isso aqui. Eu vou ter que usar a fonte de lógica, senão... Não perco minha essência. Bora. Aí eu posso esquecer, no caso, com um ponto de habilidade também. Né? Droga. 4 de lógica. Não precisa subir de nível. Eu tô com 45. Tem que vender esses negócios. Oh, tá ficando escuro, hein? Que da hora. Interessante. Deixa eu ver se os caras chegaram aqui pra comer. Sindicato. É aqui que eu vou pegar os caras, velho. Vamos ver se estiver comendo. Não tá aberto ainda. Eu só queria lembrar que horas que abre isso. Não, tá. É isso. Eu só ia ver se estava aberto aqui, então eu vou terminar de ler os outros 2. Vem aqui fora.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of... It takes about half an hour.
O sofá em um local inesperado.
Using the system you've... Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it. Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to, where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next?
E vamos pro assassinato no salão Ruka.
Murder.
7 horas, hein?
Tum-tum-tum. At the hookah parlor
18, inclusive.
was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Of circumstances
Joseph Mills? Não, é JV o outro, né?
At the hookah
Joseph
parlor.
Mills. Espera, como?
Beaten to death by a throng of Villa Lobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story, and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever
Ou
had.
espere lá, momento e espere.
No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day.
Fica chapado disso. Bem estúpido.
Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open. Right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor, you see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge.
Caralho, explodiu a cabeça do cara assim.
See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed, piecing it together. Next.
Passou uma hora.
Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Vou tentar abrir o bagulho, só ver se... Será que meu distintivo tá ali, né? Que era 7 horas, não era 21. Ó! Ligou aqui as luzes, hein? Ficou à noite, ó. Ó, entrou um outro cara vacilão pra caramba aqui. Nossa, entrou um monte de gente. O cara ainda tá dormindo. Uma mulher aqui. Olha. Um monte de vacilão aqui agora, velho. Como essa mulher acordou aqui, não saiu do banho, sei lá. 8 horas no banho já.
The door is closed. Still nothing the lieutenant gives you.
Não deve ter nada. Disco. Pouco ele abre o cara. Opa! Ah. Garrafinha aqui, tá bom. Cadê ele? Os novos nenhum dá pra conversar. A mulher tá aqui ainda. Os moleques estão aqui ainda também. Chovendo. Nossa, tá aqui ainda. tentar abrir o bagulho, vai. Já li tudo mesmo.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from
Deixa eu tirar um. Quanto? Falei 5.
valuables drawer inside. It's barely held
4.
together by a clip, then made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
8.
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know.
Abre a gaveta.
Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
Dentro.
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
2 sinais de ingresso, cartão postal feito à mão.
Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Você vai lá também.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue. It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored.
Colasse foi colado um pedaço de papelão. E aí abre, será?
A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand.
Vamos caprichado.
A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
Jogue fora, por favor.
Your hand shakes, holding the card.
Every
morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road.
Eu não posso salvar o jogo, velho.
Every step I take, it
ai. Morrer aqui vai dar trabalho voltar. Nossa.
Filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs, and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
Tenho perdido. Morri, mano. Morri lendo uma carta, não é possível. Não acredito. Não acredito nisso.
There is nothing.
Não acredito nisso.
Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy. Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always
Flexão
there.
adquirida, lamentação branca. Porque está sempre lá.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the old factory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say,
Ela também
what
cheirava
do
traição.
you do?
Se eu abrir essa carta nem era pra ele, então. Isso que ele tá tentando esquecer os bagulho, qual é que é, velho?
It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing. Don't prod at it. It will start moving again. There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you.
Se eu cair lá e desmaiar, alguém tá fazendo alguma coisa?
It's delicious.
Kim?
Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness. The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened? You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to. 10 minutes, maybe.
Fecharam do ódio e fracasso. Ah, tá, você tinha fracassado mesmo.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
Ó. Vamos ver o que ele dá. Não fala. Mas dá uns negócios ali. Mais 2 de Império Interior. Não sei. Império Interior é foda. Só Império Interior que ele dá? Vai dar duas coisas. Não, dá isso não. Não. Dá duas coisas, mano. O que mais que ele dá? Ah, ele dá menos? Não. Tá dando menos 2 de autoridade pra mim. É o fichário, né? Acho que é isso. Não, 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 não. Ia mostrar, né, velho? Não quero decorar o bagulho. Mas acho que é isso. Empatia. A empatia também. Império Interior dá mais 1, empatia mais 1 e autoridade menos 2. Não posso fazer o mesmo
The
esquema lá
ledger
que
you found in the trash, a cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeable.
Tá, vamos ver o que deu aqui agora. Qual que é o problema? Bônus temporário de pesquisa, lamentação branca. Nossa, vai me dar menos 1 de autoridade. Temporário, pelo menos, mas é muito tempo. 5 horas, né? Vamos colocar esses negócios aqui antes de dormir, né? Se for ver. Eu vou ter que falar com os caras lá, não sei se compensa isso não. Vou colocar agora, já é 7 horas. Você vê a si mesmo de cima. Você desmaiou nos azulejos azuis no chão do quarto do albergue. Mesmo nessa distância você pode ver suas pálpebras tremerem. A menção de que um grande objeto branco soltando um doce aroma, como um lírio do vale. O homenzinho esqueceu o nome, mas ele ainda se lembra do sentimento. E olhe, ele se move. O sentimento o anima, ele instintivamente procura o melhor amigo dessa sensação. Uma garrafa de Commodore vermelho. Ele coloca suas roupas disco e fica menor e menor. Na hora que estiver dormindo eu vou usar isso aqui. Um pouco antes. Oito horas já, nem 7. Mais uma hora já dá pra dormir, mais uma hora acho que abre aqui. É no máximo mais uma hora. Ver se essa mulher tem mais coisa pra falar.
Hello again, sweetie.
Assim precisa de dinheiro, assim ganha dinheiro.
Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
Putz. Gestão 42. Uma checagem vermelha, mano. Olha a pele para os sentimentos dela.
You must be joking. Although our pay does sometimes feel like a joke.
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you don't have a strong union behind you. Maybe you should talk to Everard, the union leader.
Vai, líder do sindicato.
Interesting idea. This Everard sounds powerful. Maybe you can wrangle some coins out of his pocket.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry I don't have money for you. If there's anything else I can do for you, just ask.
Tá. Era ir lá conversar com esse cara. Eu não falei com esse cara aqui também, né? Deixa eu falar com outro cara lá primeiro. Esse aqui. É aqui que eu vendo, velho. Tá. É esse cara que é o líder do sindicato. Líder pelego. Ah. Não, ele é do sindicato, ao contrário. Mostrar missão de direito trabalhar, um grito em direção aos portões. Sua voz é a mais alta do grupo, estranhamente estridente para um homem desse tamanho. O que está acontecendo aqui? Parece trabalho demais para o meu gosto.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here. You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Right to work! Right to work! Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Rights of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of learned phrases.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here. Shame on you! We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scott.
Chama amanhã, né?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
The physically impressive man tower has turned his attention back to the gates. He ignores your presence.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. They'd do anything to stay alive. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity. Let us work! When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem ill-fitting. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If Union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were given a job to do!
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
What's it to you?
Tô sem minha lógica, mano.
Big mess, caused by Union greed. But I only fight for the rights of people.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fighter for jobs. He seems a more brutal, cunning, and suspicious person. Just a hunch. Or you just might be paranoid.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, from Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Pretty okay as far as lies go.
Tá bom, para uma mentira.
Uh-huh. It was a long time ago. What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fighter for jobs.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo haul. Worked at territory.
Pretty okay as far as lies go.
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
Scab?
Que é engraçado.
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the flask he reaches for from time to time.
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses. Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to scab. Or I guess, scared maybe. But scared of what? Of who?
É bem... Chama... Saber bem sobre o que é que tá fazendo a guerra, né? Exatamente, por cada tópico, senão não dá pra saber.
Personally, I'd rather beg than scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something. We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
Big guy. He means the leader of the scabs.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money.
Psst. Show him your stolen card. Now has arrived the perfect moment.
Ué?
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
Não tem como. Ó, meu drama não pode falar assim não, velho. Nossa, o cartão que eu roubou, eis o momento perfeito. Vai ver que não sou eu.
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
Começou a nevar no bagulho, velho. Nem vi. Quanto tempo será que começou a nevar e eu nem vi?
Of course, Policia. It wasn't me. You can rule me out. Easier that way.
Should we? He's nice. I don't like. No, he didn't do it. It's the truth.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits. I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
If it's all so simple, why don't the strikebreakers just go up the stairs?
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in. Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremus is there. Walk right past him. Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again. And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
No.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. Of course.
Should we? He didn't do it. It's the truth.
Ué, não foi? Não chegou lá?
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. I don't believe you. Post L'Aventurier said the same thing. They tried to get me to be their postman. So fun, so easy, they said. It's just walking. It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest union man with a...
Vai fora, cara. Idiomático. Número 3. Em caso de uma greve, pressione o botão atrás da guarda. Esse vacilão aí. Não dá nem pra falar com ele. Ah, dá sim. Ah, não sei se eu volto lá pra... Não, acho que não vai demorar muito.
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead.
Ah, não. Mina do cana metido. Esqueci de gravar, velho. Ah! Esqueci de gravar. Não, calma, não posso. Não posso. Vai dar zica a qualquer momento, velho. Esqueci daquela hora de gravar.
Your body continues to betray your degeneracy.
Essa aqui é foda, hein?
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger, because you are not a threat to me. You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it, An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. Yes, Al-Ghul.
Ghul?
It means alcohol.
Quer dizer álcool. Nossa senhora.
Correct. My small skull servant.
Meu criado de campo.
Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison, a parasitic fungus that has colonized your race. It is a trick the desert pygmies played on you for humiliating them and stripping them of their land.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
Não sei.
Your life and the life of your race revolve around Al-Ghul. It has everything to do with why you're here.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Eu não tenho física pra enfrentar esse cara assim não. Já se física e motor ia pra cima.
Begging for help. Attempting to pass fear for cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Khoikos. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness.
É que a lógica minha parou de aparecer, né?
Pop culture. You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
Acho que compensaria ter colocado 5 e 5 lá. Essa possibilidade eu colocando 2 nas outras, né? Os 6 para que fossem caindo. É, pelo menos toda a motora ia estar com 5 aparecendo aqui nos diálogos, né?
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Empurre para fora do caminho. Aqui não vai a lugar nenhum. Não precisa entrar lá agora, velho.
Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
Não sei se eu falo com esse cara aqui primeiro ou com o cara de baixo. O cara de baixo tá sozinho. Pra ver se... Os caras estão aqui ainda, deve ser 9 horas, né, cara? Então desde o começo tava certo, cara. E quando falou que 9 horas podia dormir, eu falei 9 horas aqui vai abrir o bagulho. Eu sei.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like
Tommy Lee Holmes, velho.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man.
The air from the east is thick with the smell of crude oils, heavy metals and other byproducts of the modern era. You can almost taste it.
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight, no explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, all around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days. Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative streak, or he just likes unusual words, or both.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need? He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. Nothing. I'm just messing with you, man. Don't mind my idle verbosity. It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out.
Going on strike would probably help you dodge a bullet or two.
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like, a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
He doesn't blame them, but he's not on their side, that's for sure.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camioners. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
Opa. Nossa, 8% de empatia. Tira 13. E você vê nos olhos dele.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Ele falou policial.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Você está preso, é foda.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il-Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy. This rockin' beauty.
Vai dar em 9 horas.
You can't get rid of. You interested in
Para
heavy-duty
de
cargo
conversar com
machinery?
ele.
A motor lorry,
Olha lá, se eu tivesse bolo de máquina.
on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6?
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
Falar com os líderes lá do sindicato lá dentro.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Vou pedir dinheiro.
Don't be a stranger.
Ó. Abriu. Não abriu, não é possível, cara. Deixa eu perguntar pro vacilão.
Can I help you?
Não tem nada.
Yes, have you got it? Like what? I was really enjoying talking about the... Another thing. Great. I love... Yes?
Não sei, velho, como que eu abri essa porcaria, não. Nem às 9 não é hora mais nenhuma, velho. Essa carinha, velho. Reading Red. Jump range um pouco demais. Acho que não dá menos poderoso. Aparentemente todos os 10 mais. Eu sei.
Welcome to Rivachol.
Motorista de caminhão racista. Bem-vindo a Rivachol. O homem rotundo anuncia. A observação não é direcionada para você. Dirigida ao tenente.
This man looks like trouble. You might not want to get into this right now. Plenty of time later.
Me parece problemático, talvez você não queira entrar nessa imediatamente. Haverá bastante tempo depois. Vamos vender os bagulho então? Opa! De cura magnésio. Olha! As rosas amarelas, duzes delas. Tulipas também.
The tin machine stands in the corner.
Ah, não.
A sign says 1 bottle equals 10
Uma garrafa
cents.
10 centavos.
Your bottles clunk into the
Dois.
machine. A richer man now. You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back. The packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
Que isso? Aponte para a capa de chuva. 4 para comprar uma capa de chuva. Dá mais 1 de resistência. Acho que vira, hein? Aí dá pra roubar uma capa de chuva. Vou tirar 12. Não, vamos comprar.
Here you go.
Eu devia ter visto. Não dá pra ver aqui, né? Agora que eu vou falar.
What is what? A raincoat? You know, like the one you bought earlier?
Tô vendo onde a capa de chuva vai. Porque senão eu vou perder o Split the Corpse. O Split the Corpse já é 5, né? Ah não, 2. A sacola ainda tá cheia. Bom, tô com 2 de vida, eu não morro de uma hora pra outra com 1 de dano, pelo menos.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
R$90, Nosafed, já tem 3 já. Vitamina, aqui mais 3 só hoje. Magnésio, mais 1 de moral. Hipnogama, mais 3 de moral.
I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. Duramine is a really good painkiller. Magnesium is a dietary supplement.
Okay.
Hypnogamma is... I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of partying, studying, or exercising. No, sorry. I'm not like a doctor or anything.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Duramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
+3.
Saint Baptiste, you know, the pharmaceuticals company. Saint Baptiste Pharmaceuticals, the one that sells meds out of Saint Baptiste. That one. There.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
Quero minha lógica. Quanto falta pra subir? Nossa, tá 30. Oi. Vou falar com ela.
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean. It's about who's the most stylish. Benita. She's a model. Usually it's a model. Or a singer-songwriter. Or a model.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trademark infringement.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so... Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really long. I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Foda, né? Os personagens não têm voz aqui no jogo ali, então acaba não pra saber qual que é a dele.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Os caras foram embora. Caralho. Eu tinha vindo aqui ontem.
Hey, up here, Piggo.
Resolver.
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Eu sou a Cindy, a maldito Skull. Daí, só querendo saber o seu nome?
Go where? Accosting a minor?
Listen to your partner, pigman. Keep your grubby hooves off little old ladies.
Vermelho.
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
Mulher aqui.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershore. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing. You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so... This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah? Lying is cool, I guess. I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko. Watch your back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
This is a wall on the
Ah, tá desse lado aqui, é? Nossa, nossa utilização 5. Nossa, vai ter que fazer 18. Eu tô com 9. Tirar 9. Aí é foda. A luz que eu vou cobrar algumas coisas se tornam mais claras em posição. Ah, ó. Se tornam mais claras. Por estar à noite eu pego mais 2. Assim de não são contagiosas. Não, vamos fazer. Não vai dar certo.
Because
Olha!
this is no ordinary wall.
12, tirei o máximo.
Sublime.
Primeiro
Look
até agora.
at it. The shadows, the colors. All the other walls on all the
Puta, era a parede mesmo, bagulho.
must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. O Wall Father.
Moral recuperada.
Huh? He sounds tired of it all. Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
if you must.
Você estava desse lado.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back. Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
Pig's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever. Trying to sneak up on me.
Cara, achei que era uma mulher. Nem li o que estava escrito aqui. Pô, cheguei do outro lado aqui. Gorro laranja de mendigo. Menos de retórica, velocidade de reação, sentido nervoso, mente de mendigo. Sente ainda mais beleza a parede. Tá, deixa eu ver isso.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural? What for? Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Then you have time to find your own fucking brush. There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything.
Nossa, conceitualização 5, a gente é 18. Tem chance então. Tem que ter escondido de baixo lá.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic. It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines Group. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue. Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary, but they are quite real for the 72,000 employees who depend on Wild Pines for their paychecks. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving and growing, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It is a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? Who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't happen.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the Union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
No way. She's more. She can make decisions.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The Union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait. She just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago.
Caramba.
Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
Caralho, 3 meses em breve.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
O cara em cima nas escadas, né? Não lembro agora. Dela? Ah, tá.
This checks out.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the Union. The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If the workers were organized by Wild Pines, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes. Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say...
a mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrart and his brother. And your opinion, Detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
Olha. Com ela eu vou falar que é uma gangue.
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Qual que é o outro lugar aqui? Bônus temporário de pesquisa, nenhum. Vou colocar esses daí, mano. Nem vi, né, meu amigo? Não, não é esse aqui, não é esse aqui. Wild Pines, Wild Copes, Tricentennial, Vila Fed, nomes de endotribos, Evacholianas, surgem em sua cabeça, soltas em menção da Wild Pines. Monopólios, régios, povos e peixe-espada, a maioria deles já se foi agora. YPB, Expander, San Baptiste, Brightest Star, Loom, lembra Lumon, Ruptura, Resplendent, Leste, Insulíndico, Welter e El Cacete. El Cacete é foda. Mas não falta uma? Espere, não. Existem apenas 14. Então por que você sente como se houvesse uma? 15ª Endotribo. Vou colocar já o outro. Condição para instalação. Destrava um novo espaço. A habilidade eu preciso destravar um novo espaço. Então é isso. Se destravo, daí eu posso... Nossa.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. And
this forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the Union's files. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a Union matter. The point of the
No
presentation
enforcado tem
is,
nome? Não lembro
these
agora.
kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Why, yes I am. Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Macaido.
We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down. Have it your way.
A retórica deixa quieta agora.
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is. It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing, though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
O do Borogodó é foda.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Good. Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Informações que devo compartilhar incluem segredos comerciais confidenciais. Pelo bem do meu empregador, tenho que pedir seus nomes e números de distintivo.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, District 57.
And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Twas stolen by some artist, surely. Best to pin the blame on them. Everyone knows you can't trust artists.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? I can't hear you, darling. speak up, please?
Ah, não é possível. Não, não é possível. Ô louco, mano, eu tenho que falar isso agora com os dois? Não. Aí fodeu. Aí fodeu. Nossa, aí fodeu pra caralho.
Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Sugestão.
Of course. But before we do, officers, let me be perfectly clear. The situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, the better for all of us.
Ah, então, mas você não quer falar? Vou falar
It's
pra
what
ela.
you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. A well-kempt, yet tastefully short bob of dark hair. Despite the first hints of grey, she's elected to keep it au naturel, shaped into a permanent wave, late 40s style. Positively statuesque, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible. Within reason. Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too... Maybe you could ask her for some stock tips. That's a maybe. Or a job. But you're sure as hell too ashamed to ask for cash, buddy.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Ó. Ouvi falar de bilhões. Vou tirar 11, não tem 5. Vou tirar 6. 6 é alto até.
Of course, Detective. Take care.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruta. Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow. The vows are blood and flesh. Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system. Fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachel's problems? Quit stalling, Bruta. We're talking about the weakest, worst, most insane thing. The weak link. Yes, them, but also Women. Women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Women need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women need to know their place. Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say, the good things, you've said them many times. Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thinking. That sounds much better. Traditionalism. You like the sound of that. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the women too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach. Of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
Mais uma, né? Nacionalidade revacholiana. Mesmo com postura nacionalista, desvairado, tempo de pesquisa 9 horas e 10. Eles fodiram com esse lugar. Revachol está em ruínas. Os túrgicos, os tripes e os armators, com seus peões mágicos dos pigmeus do deserto. Eles se foderam, liberais, oranice, E agiotas espertinos também. Eles são todos socialistas, especialmente as mulheres e os tipos. Você tem apenas uma vaga ideia do que isso significa, mas está claro que um bom Estado forte precisa se erguer das ruínas, se algum de nós pretende ter um futuro. Os contornos sombrios desse Estado começam a se formar cada vez mais que fecha seus olhos. Mas eu tô de boa. Leitura do controle sem fio de ausências para baixo. Não é aqui, não abre não, velho.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Tudo bem. Vamos ver. Duas garrafas, viu? Pague pelos danos.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and... I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Não dá pra falar com os caras não, né?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
Canal Martinez. Ah, tá, lá embaixo, lá no, com carinha lá, né?
Yes, the bird's nest, Roy, near the canal. We've been there. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
Honestly, that sounds like an amazing physics demonstration.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cup with spinners. That would be outrageous. Exactly. As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
$200? Ah, aqui fala o valor. 50, 13, 28, aqui 13, 13. Aqui 200. Caramba. Foto giratória que tem um ticket Surasa. Dou a você para que possa pagar por sua quarta no vídeo. São de um azul, ardosa e brilham ativamente à luz.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of...
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course, I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for
Olha, deu 130. Não deu 200, não. Achei que ia dar 200, chegou com 70 mil. 70, quer dizer.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
No.
Another time, perhaps.
Retorno ao gato, caramba, velho. Agora eu tô com dinheiro, rapaz. O cara sumiu daqui. Cara, essa mulher, velho.
It's raining again. It was clear just an hour ago. I'm a nighthawk. What can I say?
She's still here because you're still here.
You don't have to stay here because of us.
I like the city at night, don't you?
Doideira. O cara continua ali. Ficam, e depois das duas, só que tá todo mundo dormindo.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the...
Os moleques ainda estão lá, não é possível, velho.
There he still is, looking right through you.
With his white eyes,
the body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
Que não vai ter jeito. Pra tirar ele vai ter que vomitar.
An old call box. You hear the same waiting room music, but no one picks up. You ring the doorbell, but no one. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. All you hear is static, but no one answers the call. You ring the doorbell, But nothing happens. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything. You can almost hear them breathe.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
E Centennial Elétricas. Tudo que a gente tem a ver. É uma voz feminina, quebradiça e frágil através da estática.
Have you come to place an order?
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly. Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
É, mas Slipstream aqui, né?
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
Hmm?
She must be mistaking you for someone else. Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it.
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice.
Abre aí.
It's so nice to be able to finally forget.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer.
Ixi.
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here, staring at the silent hall.
It must have been some kind of faulty wiring. We should maybe stop playing with this doorbell. It looks ancient.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
Tirar 12 tem do 6. Tem que tirar 6. Pornográfico, repetição.
Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't. Silence. No one answers your call. This button.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Não tem mais muita coisa, né, pra eu fazer agora. Ó, tem ali. Ixi. Ah, não vim aqui ainda, né? One woman, the rest customers people. Fechado. Interessante, a boa camisa que eu comprei, né?
There must be another way into the building.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Não. Então não tem mais pra onde ir. Eu acho que o que dá pra fazer eu fiz aqui, né? Melhor por aí. Vamos tentar entrar aqui, eu acho.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest edge. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here.
From within comes the faint sound of a broom sweeping across the concrete floor.
Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside.
Nossa, então acho que eu dormi então, né? Não parece, né? Morreu? Não. Eu tinha visto alguém? Não parece, mas eu consegui ver tudo. Não, que não tem mais ninguém. É isso. Oi? Ela também não tá aqui.
You see a heavy steel door. The door does not. The old kobold. It leads to a side. The door does.
Tudo bem. Será que era a garrafa?
The door is closed. Still, nothing the lieutenant gives you.
O quê? Eu não tava com a chave? Chave para o quarto 1. Ué. Falar pro cara, não ia gastar o dinheiro. Vou dormir no banco da praça.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 rate. Well?
Tudo 130. Eu não consigo ler os negócios que está escrito. Aqui está 130 real. Jogue as notas no balcão, espero que você se engase com isso. Aqui está, sinto muito pelo incômodo.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment
70 de XPzão da massa.
Continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m.
Ah, então tem um negócio aí. Ah, todas as portas fecham automaticamente às 21. Se eu já estiver lá então às 21, mas não tem. Ah, não sei que eu tenho um livro, né? Pra passar o tempo.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Nossa, 20? Não tem.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Você precisa conseguir 20 reais para pagar pelo seu quarto no Elysium, ou ele estará trancado depois das 21. Enquanto você não tiver um lugar para ficar de graça, você terá que fazer isso todas as noites. Aí não vira. Essas daqui que eu posso repetir? Estão disponíveis? Essa aqui é 55 de XP. Poderia beber ali o negócio, né? Mas. Aqui, se eu quiser destravar, eu uso o ponto de habilidade aqui agora. Vou usar na minha lógica. Qual carta que ele pegou? Vai dormir comigo não, filho? Por favor.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Não, defendi com quem? Com a sacolinha fora.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit. Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. Well, we didn't even look at the body. But we performed a thorough search of the premises of the crime scene. That's great. It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. I'm just going through the facts. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Evrat Claire, much less interview him.
So o bagulho não abriu lá, mano.
We talked to Joyce, monsieur, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice? It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those years. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Por que não mais?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. The coalition government and the moral intern more broadly.
Moral intern. Moral intern.
The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Mas não me esqueça, Vazio.
Something kind and usual. Something almost
Ó, a
self-explanatory.
lógica aparecendo de novo. Média.
Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
Do you? We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. Two glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Agora.
Probably not. Anyway, positive change happens slowly. We never really get to see the impact of our actions.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
30 XP? Agora ficou faltando pouco. 85. Nossa, vai ficar comigo ainda, velho? pra sua sala, velho. No quarto. Eu ir pela manhã. Vai, onde que você vai? Ah, nossa, passou na porta. Ah, agora estamos sem ele. Vamos lá, né? Não tem nem pra onde ir, não tem quem falar. Não dá pra aproveitar, né? Bater no cuno.
The fan stands still. The switch must be broken.
É, tinha quebrado, né?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your
Ô, louco.
face, adorned with the expression.
Menos 10, ferramenta indisponível. Temos 5 menos 10, tô com menos 5. Eu tenho que tirar só 6 que sempre vence. Tá trancado ainda. Mas isso aqui daria pra fazer, não tá dando certo. Ah, tá trancado também.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
Você já vai acordar ou vai ter uma conversa interna.
And then sleep doesn't come.
Ixi, eu quero dormir.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat and grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. A bit tense in the muscles. Relax. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves. Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Hã? Dá pra salvar aqui? Vou deixar 2 saves, né? Devaneio de ano. Você pode ir pra um lugar, que é lá onde tá o morto. Vai pra sacolinha. Finalmente não vê aqueles 2 moleques aqui. Outra roupa, não tô nem com a roupa que eu tô.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Yeah.
You know who I am. I'm
A
the
voz
bad
dele seria
type.
essa, né, então?
The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. What, tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed.
Não tinha visto as luzes do disco aí.
You failed Elysium.
Falhou com Elysium.
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up. No, you haven't. You're just sleep-talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you.
É o que tá... Onde ele tá enforcado ali, que tá o bagulho.
You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed.
Stinky boy.
Tá malandro.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
7h30. Caralho.
Good going, buddy. Yes, wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor? You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. You can't detect without it. It's that simple.
Tem bagulho pra usar isso aí, né?
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks.
Acho que eu vou esquecer
Maybe
ela.
3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired. Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Passou as horas lá, e aí? Não passou? Ah, então não. Nossa, então me ferrei. Pensando em tirar isso aqui, mano. Porque se isso aqui dá o bagulho lá, se usar rebite dá 1 de psique, mas eu não vou usar. É pra voltar pra casa. Se eu soubesse que de mim não dava, eu tinha colocado outro lá, velho. Ah, mas pra esquecer também é só com habilidade, né? Deixa a percepção então aí, apesar que eu não vou usar. Vamos saber como que é o jogo, tá vendo? Só ver se jogar, você já vai sabendo o que vai fazer. Deixa eu ver aqui, é 2 horas, mano. 4 horas e 21 de live, controle acabando a bateria. Vou jogar até as 4, pra não parar de jogar aí, comer e demorar pra deitar. Acho que melhor ir comendo alguma coisa, né? Vou pegar alguma coisa pra comendo. difícil, hein? Sai fora, sai fora.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened. Still nothing.
Sumiu mesmo, hein? Primeira pessoa que conversei. Vai estar aqui embaixo, quer ver? Nossa. Abriu. Uhum. Oh no.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here. Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. Everything points to the dock workers' union. The tracks in the mud, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information. Which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders' Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Vamos olhar aqui então. Jardineira. Vou ter que ir no banheiro. 4 horas de live, 4 horas e meia. Pra não parar de jogar agora, ou daqui a pouco, né? Rápido assim. Eu vou no banheiro lá, depois eu vou pegar alguma coisa pra comer, água, tomar água, aí eu volto, rapidão. Até menos de 5 minutos, né? Vou lá. Ai, ai. Calor já, velho. Eu tava querendo upar aquelas linhas lá do... Você precisa fazer por horas lá, passar horas pra fazer. Só que tem que destravar uma, ou usar o ponto de habilidade, né? Ou esquecer outra. Aí, eu tô precisando de coisa pra conversar com esses caras, né? Aumentar algumas linhas, mas até o 5 tá de boa. Coordenação motor é o que ficaria no 5 ali, mas não sei se vai ser tão útil agora. Eu queria aumentar a minha luz e o autoridade, cara, mas tá baixo pra chegar no 5 ainda, não sei se compensa deixar ele por mais um pouquinho só. A autoridade tá 2, ainda vai pra 3. Sugestão vai pra 3. Meia luz vai pra 2. Resistência tá em 1, né? Tá 2 só por causa do item que eu tô usando lá. Aí o coordenação iria pra 5. Esses dois aqui são bons. Esse aqui já tá em 5, eu tô usando bastante. Esse aqui também. Esse aqui eu tô usando bastante. Interação com a postura aqui. É a mestre das máquinas que eu tô. Por que eu não tô conseguindo entender algumas máquinas? Isso aqui vai ser difícil, que eu tô com menos 2 de bônus de item. Eu poderia colocar esse aqui para ficar 5 também, começar a aparecer, né? Coordenação motora. Algum desses daqui só para melhorar, menos conceitualização. Enciclopédia também não precisa, apesar de ser interessante, mas não precisa. É mais lógica, retórica, drama e cálculo visual. Cálculo visual é legal, também não é, assim, talvez sendo no máximo eu consigo ver tudo certinho. Mas é mais esses 3 aqui. Lógica, retórica e drama. Resistência para aumentar mais um aqui, só poderia ficar com 3. Evolução ficaria com 5. Ficaria com 5. Quase que o negócio estava na frente aqui. Mas... Pô, autoridade eu vou ficar com 4, né? Isso que é foda. Deixa eu ver se tem um item... Eu tenho um item que tira autoridade, né? Resistência, cimento físico... Esse aqui que tá... Eu tenho que votar... Mano, eu tenho que votar calça, cara. Porque eu não quero eletroquímica. E savoir-faire é um dos meus que começou com 4. Eu tenho que conseguir outra calça. Não precisa essa calça aqui. Império interior, beleza, que é só mais um. Alô, a interação, beleza. Aqui, ó. Compostura é bom, mas tá tirando savoir-faire. Aqui é só pegar a garrafa. Esse aqui dá mais império interior. Tira autoridade, né, da empatia. Ó, falou que eu tô sem... Nossa, calma aí.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
Nossa,
In it, your
58%.
face, adorned with the expression.
Bora, interação.
The chain cutters slip out of
Nunca dá
your
certo isso
hands
aqui,
as you
velho.
attempt
Espelho
to twist
nenhuma
the
deu certo
force
até desde o
into
começo do
the
jogo,
piece.
cara.
Well,
Nada deu certo
you
aqui.
know one thing for
Tá
sure.
3 trancado já e não dá certo, nenhum. Tentei umas 5, 6 vezes já. Nossa. Nunca foi encanador. Porra. Incrível. Vou ver como que funciona essa lanterna aqui também. Ó. que você utiliza assim. Bastante. Tem uma coisa que eu... uma coisa que eu posso tentar usar para de casa. Ah, então, isso aqui eu queria usar. Calma. Mais um de físico, menos um de moral. Os restantes, nossa. É que eu faço a missão com isso aqui, só que eu não sei o tanto que eu ganho. Queria fazer, cadê? Aqui, enquanto uma birita e beba. Ele vendo, não compensa fazer. Tinha que ter feito antes de dormir isso aqui. Gart mais Silvio. Ah não, qual que completou agora? Bora. Falar com aqueles caras lá.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome.
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union.
Olha só.
So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy?
O drama não identificou
I
isso.
think he has information that will help you. Maybe he does.
Identificou alguma coisa, mas acabou não indo, né?
That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate.
No.
It is a labor organization.
Mm-hmm. Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who aggressive. You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Just dock workers.
Só não ficar puto com esses caras aí já.
Spy on the police? We let you off easy, miss. Don't think it will happen again.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Let's.
Do mesmo jeito, hein?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence.
Speak Revacholian? We speak Suren. There is no such thing as the Revacholian language. But don't worry, your message remained clear.
The cook is still smoking, ash falling from between his fingers. His
good thing he didn't understand a word of your stupidity.
Um cheat lá. Eu forgot essa jardineira ainda. Esse otário aqui.
This is where you say your bit.
Não coloquei em autoridade, né? Ah, não tinha visto esse aceitar.
Wow. The RCM sent us some.
Vai ficar esses caras falando de fundo então? Não, os caras estão muito forgados. O cara se acha muito na lei mesmo, velho. Ser a lei. Não.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell a dick that big what to do.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock. Yeah, gave them real nice big dicks.
Yeah. Definitivamente estou contra esses caras. Os primeiros mesmo.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard.
1, 2, 3,
Chances
4,
are they're
5,
going
6.
to match.
Mais 7 com ela.
Starting from the right. Boot size
Bota
44.
tamanho 44.
Blonde man.
Homem
In
loiro,
his 30s.
casos 30,
Overbearingly masculine.
dominantemente masculino.
Sitting on his right. Standard working
Sua
boots.
direita.
Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian in his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock quarter. There were incarcerations, hard to say what else. The ink is fading. And then, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 46, the big dick, wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips, rugby cap, fingerless gloves, and numerous scars, a little under 40. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes, size 44, 40-something, Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum? On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician. Size 41, with the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face, mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing.
Mais de 200 quilos não, né?
Boot size 46, deep marks. Probably carried the victim over. He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs.
Menina,
but
outra
there's
aqui,
a
ó, oitavo.
discrepancy.
Não, não tá. É a menina aqui atrás, né?
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them with questions. Where's
No.
the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
Não, 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 não.
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one. Stinks like shit, too.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there, stinking up the place.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Foda, hein? Queria falar que a oitava era ela, velho. Minha dedução tá boa, é lógico. Mas que não seja, só pra completar.
Well, maybe you should just fuck off then.
What are you doing, officer? We had enough questions to keep this going.
You should have kept pushing if you had something.
Mas é que fala isso mesmo?
Incriminating. Now that's a big boy word. You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck. Yeah, we did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
Ah, é foda.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Aqui daí é a merda, hein? Essa é da hora. Tem que chegar esses bugs certos.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Entendi a ela, legal. Vamos levar você por enquanto.
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who do you fucking think does?
Bom, o que eu falei, eu vou colocar ela. Só que eu pensei que ela mandava.
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid are you?
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy
Vamos
Boys,
revoltar eles.
genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't that right, fellas?
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man. Are you deaf? There will be no... Do you think you could do...
A trick question. Don't let her lead the...
Who do you fucking...
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boys. Ain't that so, fellas?
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
No, you did not get an answer. Titus does administrative work. He pushes paper, fills out forms. The others can't read. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agree that this man had to die.
Por quê?
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Orleans Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hired merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to somewhere.
Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm one of these goddamn special forces, and I'm gonna fuck you all!
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some R&E's paratrooper song, and said he's gonna fuck everyone.
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there. Like some kind of animal.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation?
Então, né?
He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. He started coming here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Outras pessoas que não são eles podem confirmar? Nem que elas têm medo, né? Dos caras.
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. They took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here. Seems like they don't want to talk
Tinha que
about
ter colocado em drama, né? Mais.
Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
E aí?
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seems like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier, the representative for White Pines? The same company you are striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Quase apertei o X.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
E acho que eles estão fazendo o bem, o certo e tal, porque toda hora fica ofendendo. Esse jeito de que não é pessoa do bem.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
Compostura. %, é embaçado, hein? Pode ser que é perigoso demais, cara. Tem que tirar um 7 no dado, velho.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
This one has a distinct style. He puts so much whiny emotion into everything he says, it's hard to see if he's lying. But he could be.
72? Aumentou um pouco. Preciso tirar um 6 agora. Mano, isso aqui pode me ferrar demais, velho. Nossa, velho, olha a merda, mano. Eu vou fazer. Nossa, eu vou fazer, velho. Xinga, pode estar mentindo. Vou até pegar uma paçoquinha aqui. Ai, ai. Não acredito. Vou arriscar, hein? Vou arriscar gameplay, hein? Vou arriscar minhas horas de jogo. Acabou minha água. Agora, hein? Um 6 pelo menos, vai. 72% de chance nada, velho. Tem que tirar 12. Eu já tenho 6, eu preciso de mais 6. E tipo, pra eu tirar 6 ali no dado. Eu posso tirar 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 no total. 5, tem uma mais, mesmo assim, não é 72%. Nossa, 4, vai tomar no meio do cu.
Surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way.
Mano, você fodeu, velho.
But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Like what, Copper?
Pelo menos não teve nada demais. Não, mas nada a ver, cara. Que bosta.
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Deu merda.
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert
Tô sem
dominance
arma,
over
hein?
you.
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer, while the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve. There's a knife in there. Some of the others reach for their belts. Their eyes are light.
Look, Coppers, I know you think you're doing your job here, but there are 7 of us, and 2 of you.
Então, se vocês estão dispostos a matar então também a polícia, foda-se o que o cara fez também. Ele se fodeu lá, beleza, só que vocês também vão se foder aqui. Ah, então é número ainda, de novo. Então, vocês podem matar 6 pessoas De 6 em 6, a cidade inteira só porque vocês são um número a mais. Independente se vocês estão certos ou errados. Beleza,
That's
então.
an Easter 50. A Ziensk-made monstrosity. It'll blow your head clean off.
O Coisa não fala nada, mano, o Kim Kataguiri, velho. Ah, terça-feira, Chaves, Justiceiros. É, mano, ele vai me matar aqui, né? Se eu tivesse os bagulho do físico, quando eu tiver no bagulho do físico eu vou arrebentar esse cara. Aquele cara lá de cima lá. Arrebentar. Até o moleque lá no começo lá vai arrebentar ele. Aqui eu vou ter que fazer o quê, né? Recuar. Se eu tivesse arma pelo menos, mas nem isso eu tenho.
The little guy? You're the little guy
Moral dele
now.
ditado.
So, little guy, you had some questions?
Yeah, little questions.
Esse aí vai ser o outro, que vai pra roça.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
Ah, tá bom.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up
Mexeu,
to
hein?
Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law.
Divina.
You're lucky.
Ah lá, autoridade, ó. Se tiver essa porra da autoridade. Sobre essa autoridade, hein? Checagem branca ainda.
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl?
Falei, né?
Who might it be? Elizabeth?
Porra.
The gardener?
Ou a Sylvie, por isso que ela fugiu daí. Pode ser também, né?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue it. Looks like the lieutenant thinks so too.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head.
Na nuca, é só assim, né?
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
Tem um de questionou sobre o 8º.
Again, just get the dead guy's autograph, since you're his biggest fan.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
Carregou minha sacolinha. Prova sua autoridade em títulos velhos. Com títulos estabeleça sua autoridade perante os olhos dos hard boys. Isso é foda, hein? Falta quanto pra subir de nível? 60. 40. Eu posso ficar com 4 de autoridade, velho. Os bagulho de percepção, compostura, drama, lógica, retórica e autoridade. Acho que é bom estar nos 6 pra cima, né, velho? Meia luz também eu curto. Não tem nada de meu. Eu tenho que comprar os itens e ver o que eles servem, cara. Isso aqui também, ó. Tem que ver no cada um pra ver o que compensa eu pegar e o que não compensa. Ó, tem mais 2 aqui pra ver, fora o que eu tô fazendo. Vai demorar 9 horas. Será que é bom? Menos 1 de autoridade. Me dá um bagulho de cheiro pra mim. Eu posso não aceitar depois também. Mas esse aqui, mano. Me desfaria daquele ali. Perdi um de loja aqui também. Perdi um de moral, mas tá de boca. Tem coisa de moral pra usar. E direto da coisa de moral também. Mano. Vagabundos, devia ter falado mais lá, viu?
What do you want to know? Good.
O que eu faço? Confessar sobre meu distintivo não vai virar. Tudo coisa pra ganhar XP talvez, né? Mas acho que não vai virar. Pedir dinheiro pros caras. Pode se eu colocar aqui só tem a opção de falar do distintivo. Beber dá pra beber depois. Encontrar o veículo que o bandido usou em suas atividades. Não vou achar. Esse no corpo pendurado, isso aqui já era pra ter feito faz tempo. Acho que eu vou tentar fazer isso. Se eu falhar lá, eu vou tentar fazer isso. Vomitar. Aquele moleque me encheu o saco. Aqui, ó. Reporte a... Pega o distintivo. Com as roupas no lixo. Quem não tem acesso não autorizado. Assegurar que as aprovações talvez levam tempo. Vou fazer a ligação. Para passagem secreta, enquanto caminho para passagem secreta não achei. Consegui uma fita de uma canção triste, ainda não. Tempo ainda não. Tá. Arte na parede. A prisma distintivo também. Eu tenho que conseguir dinheiro, em tudo isso eu ainda tenho que conseguir dinheiro. Vamos lá. Tentar pular pra pegar minha jaqueta lá, mas se eu achar o distintivo, eu consigo falar com a Joyce. Opa.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed. Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Well, they run out of money and have to stop doing business.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case, but I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes. Please do also look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games are there, sir.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. I liked it better when we were talking about whether it's appropriate to stand out in the freezing weather. No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back rooms or the cellar. I don't really know what's there. Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Crime is what we were solving before this conversation began.
It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. What's that mean? And everything's better now, sir? Why is that? Oh, okay. I shouldn't have said that thing about Dick Mullen. Head, yes.
No, your mind. Not head, child. Heads.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Ó. Vou tirar 12, né? Será que eu vou deduzir agora? Isso aqui vai ficar disponível?
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
Bad.
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end. Maybe some about other books? Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why
Aqui que eu vou comprar o livro pra ficar passando a hora, né?
of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Okay, sir. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though. That's a friendly enough face, most of the time.
Tentar. Linguagem corporal ansiosa e com medo de maldição. Tirar 5.
You fell
Puta,
to
4 de
deduce
novo,
anything
mano.
substantial.
Ah, não é 83% o bagulho, cara. Aquela porcentagem ali não tem nada a ver também, assim, nem porque eu tô indo por ela.
She waits intently.
Come on, anyone would notice that.
Não posso mais usar. Importante. Vamos olhar aqui. Proletariado. Eu tô falando um pouco, comentando um pouco porque eles estão falando toda hora, então eu tô lendo, já li as respostas também, pra não ficar lendo tudo e demorar mais. O jogo já é demorado e outro. O que eu falei. É um jogo estilo Divinity, Baldur's Gate, só que tem combate, né? Aqueles lá. Que você vai ler muito, vai demorar e tal, e talvez um jogo que nem seja para ser feito em live, né? Eu sei que alguém fica falando muito e não preste atenção na história e tal, as pessoas que não priorizam o jogo primeiro. Eu priorizo o jogo primeiro, né? Quero uma experiência com o jogo primeiro. Depois, se vai fazendo live, beleza. Então, assim, pra ainda tá fazendo live, deixar aqui salvo, eu jogar assim, porque senão eu nem faço live se tiver que ficar perdendo a experiência do jogo. Então, por isso, assim, antes tá gravado aqui o jogo inteiro do que não tá, entendeu? Então eu vou ficar quieto a maioria das vezes, mas tô lendo tudo e prestando atenção. Lógico que não dá pra ter todo o conhecimento aqui, né? Mas não vou ficar lendo e falando tudo, comentando tudo que eu tô pensando no tempo, porque o jogo já é demorado por causa disso, né? Daí só pra ter aqui, então eu vou jogar quase como se eu estivesse jogando sem estar fazendo live, só que ainda falando algumas coisas. Do que ela fala
Yes, a
sobre.
sci-fi. Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working?
Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are. What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing.
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time. No.
O marido desapareceu. Nossa, coisa.
Of course he's not. It's not like he's a pocket watch. I would...
It's got to be something else then. Why else would you be asking her if it wasn't? Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking. The woman before you nods and returns to her reading. The display rack
Comprar livro, senão não vou ter nem dinheiro pro
an extremely muscular, sword-wielding
aluguel.
barbarian on the cover. Nearly all
Vou
the
achar lugar pra
titles
ficar, hein?
contain the word Hyundai somewhere. Mountains of it. Heroic quantities of Hyundai. Roy's puny shirt is nothing compared to the real deal. Rows and rows of Hyundai men blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundai and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundai, Return to Hyundai. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundai and the Hyundai Man. Maybe 100. Man from Hyundai and the sages at the end of the world. Man from Hyundai and the false god. Man from Hyundai and the scorched earth. Man from Hyundai, not even close. Man from Hyundai in hell. Man from Hyundai in the forest of slaves. Man from Hyundai under the lake. Man from Hyundai.
Vou tentar. Isso aqui não dá nada, né? 4 de 4, mano, 3, 4 seguidos. 3, 4 seguidos e 3 perdas seguidas, mano.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise. An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Katawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a pick-your-path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books? There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes, a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real.
O aluguel é 20, que no jogo custa 25.
That price is steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement, so it makes sense.
Jogo de tabuleiro Wirral.
Wonderful board games, sir.
Ah, mãe dela.
Viticulturist is a classic for sure. Or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children. Friends are technically like family. For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress
Colocar logo o preço do valor que eu tenho.
It'll cost 12 real.
Vou começar a pedir dinheiro pros outros aí que tá aparecendo a opção de eu pedir dinheiro. Jogo tabuleiro soberania.
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types.
Só se comprar pra alguém, pô, aquele moleque chato lá, pra outro que tá lá em cima.
Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts. That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
Soberania ou não?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books? The books are all you care about.
No.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Welcome to Crime, Romance and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Consigo ficar pedindo dinheiro pros outros, não adianta. Ah, é aquela do primeiro andar do edifício lá, então. Certo.
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her. This place is not cursed. It has a robustly magnetic energy. Good for commercial activity. My business is thriving, sir.
What in God's name is she talking about?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Se eu falar que ela tá de bobeira, eu consigo ver as cortinas lá, né? Não vou dar relaxo pra menina. Tá vendo? Isso que é foda.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her? Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. As a young girl should be, with the proper attitude, she'll have a bright financial future.
Oh, deixa eu ver qual que é. Ih, mano, deu 4 horas, hein? Na hora de eu parar. Vai dar 6 horas de live. Falei que ia dar pra jogar 6 horas, né? Comecei um pouquinho mais tarde, um pouquinho depois das 10. O pior é que eu não tô com sono, né? Isso é foda. Nossa, isso aqui.
The woman before you scans the store, her shoulders rigid and tense. Every now and then, she nudges her glasses.
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go! Get back there. The books await you. Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself. The shelves compel you, don't they?
She smiles and nods, seemingly relieved. Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride. A little. You make money. You got gills, baby. Got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer. Yeah, you're in the sales business. Shake 'em for shit and then pawn it off. Law officer style.
Não vou conseguir fazer isso aqui. Eu tô menos 2.
Sure, sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that?
Pô, não tem acesso ao meu salário, porra. Mas ele agora está em...
has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't play the victim. Think hustler. Think with your head. That's right. 100%. Fucking G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate that is Revachol? Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony. One tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. 98% of all your money. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? It's all about the tax issue, hustler. No other problem in the world is as pressing as top marginal tax rates. And don't you fucking forget it.
Forma de taxações indiretas, menos hoje empatia. A sangue frio, tempo de pesquisa 1h45. Vê se você tem alguma ideologia safada cozinhando em algum lugar. Não esqueça a cabeça. Lutar pela taxação direta pelo Estado Tênis é compatível com todos os credos. Ele é maneiro assim, e você é um anarquista maneiro agora. A não ser que você não queira ser um anarquista, tanto faz. Enfie esse ticket de refeição na sua órbita ocular. E vejamos se conseguimos roubar o amor de volta dos barões ladrões de agência aduaneira e dos bandidos do Comitê Insulidiano de Supervisão e Concorrência Financeira. Vai ficar um policial muito louco aqui, velho, daqui a pouco.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name, Dick Mullen. A couple of spook novels hide amidst all the detective books. Thrilling tales of spycraft and daring do.
Oh, crime, robberies, murders, even sexual crimes. We're fortunate to have Dick Mullen and his stories to sort all that out. You're a police officer, apparently. You should buy all of these. They really do teach a person how to be a proper detective.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf? You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. The Sordid Affair of Dick Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower. The Ordeals of Dick Mullen. Dauntless Dick. Dick Mullen's Funeral Pyre. The Murder of Dick Mullen. Oh no, turns out he faked it to solve a case. Yes, there's also The Dame Who Did It. Farewell, My Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. The morbid tales of Dick Mullen. A dark tide turns. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen, the murderer. In order to catch a murderer, Dick Mullen must become the murderer. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen?
De reação 83. Eu tô ferrado, né? Eu tiro 4 também.
Notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic Hard-Boiled Phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Then this is the book for you.
Parte 99, livro de Dick Mullen, Identidade Revocada.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of Famous People. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
I would say... The Greatest Innocence. Yes, most certainly. It's an important educational tool, delving into the depths of history, religion, and their relation to innocentic power. A very influential historical figure. But surely I don't have to tell you that. You're a law officer, and law officers have at least some education. The book is also very daring. The author aims to re-examine the universal understandings of the innocentic system, creating a fresh vantage point and a shift in the tired order of things. Perhaps for a layman, deep analysis is necessary to peel back the multi-layered meanings.
Do her words seem vague and abstract to you?
Certainly, it's prudent for a person to have at least an elementary understanding of history and society. Imagine the chaos we'd be in otherwise.
You feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
Parte 70. Não é barato também.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinez.
Fala disso.
The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East. Houdon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Faubourg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive. It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed. Could be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbor, even the whirling in rags there. This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme. Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands. All just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou, in a bookstore. It's you. You can, on Caillou, Revachol, a single black star, on Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu, on archipelagos, Croyan Moran, Villiers, on Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history. The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called.
Tem chance de decorar tudo isso.
Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are.
Enciclopédia é foda. Por isso que eu falo lá que ela pode te encher de coisas. Muita coisa, inúteis e tal, e acabar te enchendo a memória.
Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust.
Essa conceitualização também não tá ajudando em nada, velho. Pra minha build que seria, né?
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Opa.
That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
Registro hobby, 58%. Uma branca. Tem 5 de interação só, tem que tirar 7. Comprar.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right
51.
corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North. Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Não fiz isso? Ah, tá a aba. O que o Kuno tá fazendo ali, velho? Ah, tá. A espelho, tá o Kuno ali atrás. Espelho também, caixa de óculos escuros. Ah, tá, os óculos escuros. Capa policial. Vou tentar pular lá pegar essa capa, velho. Enforcado. Ele armou. Estivador dormindo. Tom. O que eu tenho que fazer com ele, né? Eu vou desse lado é que eu tô me jogando metade do mapa aqui. Por enquanto. Regime de missão especial. Campanha eletrônica. Outro de espelho. Títulos hard. Match.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Come, sir, please, no browsing in that shelf. That wisdom is not for free. I can't have you end up, like, opening a police store next door and stealing my customers. Oh no!
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything. Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything, though it is important to note. When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place. The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed his liver. And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying.
Eu já vou ter que começar a tomar decisões loucas aqui pra progredir. Parece que a árvore tava se mexendo. Ela saiu daqui.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers in. The police? Everyone knows. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another.
É difícil agora, hein? Só fazendo cagada pra continuar. Ainda esses que estão aqui, velho. Meu Deus do céu.
Yes?
There must be another way into the building.
Meu Deus, vai vir junto com aqui.
It's been a week and now they show up?
Tá tirando, mano.
I can't get involved in this.
Não dá pra usar o bagulho. Fumante. Não vou falar com ele.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Não bate na porta, velho.
You see a young
Porra,
man
vai
on
falar.
the balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes
Ele não
have
tava lá
been
em
following
cima.
you for a while.
Cuidamos assim, cara.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important? All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
É 4h36, hein? Olha que eu sei que eu não vou conseguir dormir agora, eu vou perder tempo, vou ficar deitado, descansar o corpo, mas sei que eu não vou conseguir dormir. Vou dormir lá mais pela noite ainda, tipo deitado, parado, rolando de um lado pro outro. Se continuar vai dar sono pra caramba lá, até aguentar amanhã de manhã. Vou fazer 24 horas que eu vou estar acordado. Aí eu chegar, vou ter que dormir, vou ter que jogar à tarde esse jogo. A gente chegar e jogar. Se conseguisse dormir agora, eu chegaria amanhã de manhã e conseguiria jogar. Sei. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 horas pra dormir, né?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martinez? O Martin da sua cara.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
It'll take more than rain to bring this place back to life.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the grey sky, the neighboring windows are streaked with rain.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Já que ele vai embora, eu vou ter que tentar, né? É uma sugestão.
Time to bring out your
Não nem ver, nem acertar mesmo.
tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry. Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
Boa sorte com a investigação, ele vai embora. Amante da sacada.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found the way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Ultraliberal fui pra 5, fascista fui pra 6, comunista fui pra 1. Tira inteligente 3, tira pertinente 3. Ai caralho. Ah, tira bom, tira mal caiu de 3 pra 2. Não como, velho. Nossa, tá saindo uma boa aguda ali. Uma janela amarela ali. Tem como eu ver ela daqui de longe? Outro RPG.
A sturdy metal door guards the south. This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished into.
Good. We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway. You have no business here.
Autoridade.
You're well versed in the kind of threatening legalese that implies criminal liability, but in fact has no meaning whatsoever.
I know my rights, and don't you marm me, boy.
But the sweeping on the other side has stopped.
Miss, would it help if we offer to show you our badges?
Ah, it's like a carrot to the stick, sort of.
Hold your horses. I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
Levou a chave? Deixa eu entrar o trem dos apartamentos. Bora. Nossa, foi no dado que eu consegui fazer alguma coisa. Eu, velho.
Give me a moment.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me. Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you could call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the cold room. It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Ask away, policeman. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
Entrou por aqui, né? Outra porta aqui, então. Ah! E agora?
Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbor until it happened. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water, a straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line. Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt. A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, A 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannons still ready to blockade Revachol. Coalition warship Archer can shoot 50 shells a minute on 20 co-aligned archers. They will reach the city in 58 seconds.
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
The waves of the Martinez Inlet roll over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscure the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves, but here you are. Yeah, you got me now. The dynamic between us has completely changed.
That smell coming from her paint bucket, it's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Red dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock. Or what? You'll push me off this ledge and pry the bucket from my dead hand?
Como que vai se empurrar ela? Ah, não tem? Marcelo? Meu Deus, 25. Vi que a mulher lá mora, lá da cadeira que ela falou. Peguei, não? Ah, tá. Opa, esse aqui acho que vai ser bom, hein? Tomara, tomara. Ah, eletroquímica de novo, velocidade de reação. Meu caralho, mano, as calças são uma bosta do jogo, hein? Bunda divina. Apesar desses jeans parecerem usados, o dono deveria ter uma bunda dada a ele pelo próprio Altíssimo. A bela bunda masculina em formato de pera fez a tecido tomar seu formato de modo tão profundo que você não pode fazer, senão imaginar que vesti-las poderia começar a moldar seu próprio traseiro indefinido em algo mais modelado. Ah, mano. Ó, me tirar velocidade de reação e salvação é foda. Velocidade de reação tá em 5. Essa aberta aqui não tava podendo mexer? Agora funcionou então? Agora as coisinhas fechadas aqui que você achou eu consigo pegar, hein? Colocar uma bateria assim. Livro, 16 dias no abril. Peguei um livro. Interagir. Livro 16 dias no abril mais frio. A capa apresenta uma. Eu já tenho um agora para ler, de graça, bem que eu não comprei lá. Entra uma fileira de prédios de concreto com arco-íris monocromático no céu. Ele conta uma história bastante excruciante sobre dois amantes durante um tumulto étnico em Yugograd. O livro foi arquivado sob realismo psicológico.
In your hands you hold 16 Days of Coldest April by Yekaterina Dar. The cover image shows a row of concrete apartments above which span a black and white
Não
rainbow.
deu o tempo que passa ali, 10:21.
The book is unusually heavy in your hands, as though the cover were lined with lead. You flip through the book. The pages are thinner than you realized, and the type quite small and tightly set. It's nearly 600 pages long. Real art is dense and difficult. If it didn't feel like you had to wrestle a suicidal bear to get through it, you weren't really reading.
Por enquanto não, depois eu vejo. Uma porta. Tá bom. Agora esses diamantes na mesa chatos. Uma porta aqui. Nossa, passar a lanterna para não marcar, né? Oh!
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed.
Bom, agora é no 5x de XP, contando que falta 15 acima de mim. Bom. Acho que a correspondência está transbordando. Muita nova sabedoria. Cartão postal. Olha aqui, esse aqui vale 13 esse cartão, hein, mano. Cartão postal amassado. Retrata um mercado a céu aberto em Bow Street. 5 anos atrás, um vendedor sorri com galgos mortos alinhados em sua barraca, pendurados pelos pés no dossel. Sangue vermelho flui para as ruas lamacentas, onde sombras borradas de pessoas passam. O amarelo, branco, o azul, qual é a diferença? O azul, pelo que eu vi, é o item que eu estou usando na mão. Agora o amarelo o que é? Roubo?
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure. To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it. Because white is the color of peace. Communism is the ideology of gutless intellectuals and clueless university students. They don't care about the real working man. You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. You hear the walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. Sounded like a woman. A woman's shoes. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant?
I'm not obligated to
Não,
open
pra
the
abrir a
door
porta
if
não
you
precisa de
don't have
mandato, pra mim é pra entrar, né?
Let's go.
Então,
We don't have a
assim.
reason to get inside that apartment.
Não sei. Entende que leva isso. Se tiver mandado, lógico que dá. Se é pra entrar, lógico que é pra abrir também, mas. Só pra atender, tanto faz, né? Mas se tiver mandado, tem que abrir porque tem que entrar.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any
A questão é, se não quiser abrir, não tendo mandado, será que dá algum problema pra pessoa? Isso eu não sei. E as regras de lá também não sei, né? As leis.
A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than...
Do I have to? Do you have?
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things... This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Sem ferramenta na mão. Não,
No
tá
reply.
bem. Não, então, peraí.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says,
Não, mas não
number
pode me dar
11.
certo.
What are you doing?
Tiro 3.
You're trying to cut the body of the lock with
Caralho,
the
tudo
chain
com alicate não dá certo, velho. Tem 5 de base, velho. É lógico, não dá pra cortar o corpo. Nada a
I
ver.
believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, detective. Perhaps you should give it another go.
Mais do que...
The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, detective.
Ah, cadê o... Foi de mim, mas você tá na porta aí, né? Dá licença. Tá louco? Jaqueta não, essa aqui parece ser boa.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov. Kraz Mazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
The lieutenant raises a brow.
Thank you for sharing this wonderful opinion on human sexuality. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution.
Não é uma coisa boa, pelo amor de Deus. Aí, mano, conceitualização só, mas nossa, aumentar mais conceitualização. Tira a eletroquímica, pelo amor de Deus. Ah, não! Tira a resistência. Ah, não, vou pegar a resistência então. Ver conceitualização. Ah, achei que era a camisa aqui por baixo.
A plaster cast, but
não é nada aqui. Óculos fica óculos, vamos ver. Mais um de lógica, menos um de autoridade, caralho. Eu querendo colocar autoridade, vamos diminuir. É difícil, hein? Vou imundo para a mente um narcomaníaco, equilibrando os livros. Duas motos, reduzo o ranco de dano. E eu tô com 26. Por que eu peguei tão alto assim? Não vi, eu peguei um coisa de 7 e pouco em algum momento, né? A gente não tem mais nada.
Yes?
Nossa, like. Dá 7 horas de live já. Só 1 hora do cara pra jogar. Não! É? Isso aqui. Aquela saída lá, deixa eu ver onde que dá aqui. Ah, lá interna, né? Deixa eu ver. Ah, meu Deus. Ah, tá, calma aí, deixa eu ver o negócio. Então, realmente, o cara tava aqui no alto. Eu achava que ele tava dentro da casa. Tava ali. Foi pra lá e subiu, né? Humilha é foda.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
9 horas.
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.
Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Como que vai ali? Ah, é isso do lugar então, né? Não dá pra fazer nada. Não. Aqui é a mulher aqui. Nossa, que susto. Não é isso, então. Tô saindo daqui, cara. Casaco naval azul, segurança. Ah. Um de sugestão. Aí, Captain. Posição oficial, meia luz. Eu tô com 0? Será que eu fico com 0? Deixa o corpo tomar o controle, ameaça pessoas. Se bater o problema, permite você sentir que uma situação vai se desenrolar. Já também é palpável, seu coração novo, como se agir nas pessoas. Assim, tirar cada mundo da informação da testemunha. Vamos estar. Ó, pronto sempre para assaltar e interrogar fisicamente qualquer transeunte. Mais baixo, tanto você vai sentir que seus instintos de sobrevivência são parcos, e seus métodos frouxos. Aqueles que respeitam a violência não te respeitarão. Vamos ver como que fica, tem como ficar... Ah, mas tira, troca pela capa de chuva também, velho. 0. Alguma coisa pra cá que dá pra fazer isso. Ó, tô quase subindo de nível, né? 90. Não adianta ouvir. Cara.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right? Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is.
O marido dela, o marido desaparecido.
No. Stop goofing around, recruit. Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman.
A mulher tá ali em cima, velho.
Serve, recruit. Didn't she repeatedly tell you her husband isn't Misinda? Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher. You're an officer of law. It's time to ace this case and not brood over your reputation. We can deal with the perception management later. There's no need for champagne when there's honor, recruit. Go and tell the working class woman what you found, right now.
Eu não mereço ela, foda. Essa porra não dá pra mim. Não é nem tarefa, cara.
God damn it, I already told you. My husband isn't missing. And I specifically added that I didn't need to know where. Very well then. Where is he? Excuse me? I don't follow. Right, 'cause working class women come with alcoholic husbands. You know what?
Remember, about that what, never ever say what.
You were right. I do have an alcoholic husband. Although not that one.
Ah, Lamb. Knew it.
Chablau, velho.
I did, and he is. He's also an alcoholic. No, he's not. Or maybe he is, I don't know. He's probably in the park, or in Shamrock somewhere. I haven't seen him for... Well, to hell with him.
She sighs, but you can detect a slight hint of gratitude and...
All right, go ahead. Do you have any questions? Honestly, not that different from you. Oh, thank God, no. It hasn't come down to this yet. Well, he's slightly chubby. What else? He was wearing a dark brown leather jacket with a bright blue inner lining. The lining is hand-sewn. I made it myself. It's his cool jacket. God knows it's too cold to run around in this, but he refuses to change.
Who cares about the cold when you have your cool jacket to wear? You can completely sympathize.
I even tried throwing it away once, but he just dug it out of the bin. Can you believe it? Well, what can you do? I hope that at least that extra lining helps him keep warm at night. I wouldn't like him to catch cold. Yesterday morning, he went to the library. He went to retrieve my book, and he promised he'd walk straight back home. Because we talked about this. We talked about not wandering off again. I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do with his addiction. Just makes me feel weak.
Gone for around 36 hours then. Damn, this is a missing persons case. She turns away from you in an attempt to recover.
So you are going to look for him? Thank you. Please do. Even though I'm sure he will return home by himself. I'm still sure of that.
I'm sure he will too. When he does, would you let Precinct 57, Kim Kitsuragi, know?
I will. Of course, officer. As I said, it's probably nothing. Right. What about him?
She gives you a
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, giving the ladder of vices a chance.
I see. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get ladies. It's better to indulge him at this point.
I don't even have a cockatoo. And guess what?
It's a trap. Never ever say what.
Great.
Armadilha.
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested. There's a great book in the bookstore.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open.
Viagem. Acho que eu vou ler sobre Carcajua, velho. Pergunta pra ela.
Hello again, esteemed officer. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
Biografia aqui.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance. Shelves full of biographies of famous people, whoever they are. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead, take your time. Time is commerce.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species. You don't have behavioral problems.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Dinheiro por experiência, sim. Tô com azar nisso aqui, velho. Tem que tirar um 7. Ah, tem que tirar um 5. Vou tentar. Calma. Tem alguma coisa aqui para interação? Não, eu coloquei um ponto em interação, né? Ou não? Não lembro.
You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. When she's not looking, you haul the tome of cockatoos into your pocket. It's quite a challenge, but eventually, the guide to the cockatoos is yours. Splendid effort.
Ah, tem que olhar aí dentro ainda. A Carcajua. Um livro sobre as diferentes espécies de cacatua e seus problemas comportamentais. Talvez possa proporcionar uma compreensão das suas frequentes ações problemáticas. O espetacular cacatua major majestoso. Deixa eu olhar da capa.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues. This book talks about the delicate nature of toos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common bang bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive.
Okay.
It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own.
A tarefa de resolver um pouco de cada com vocês. Deixa eu ver. Resolver a captura e levaria. Talvez você acabe escrevendo e tal.
You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Ouch. That must hurt. Not great for the neighbors. Performing? Yes, birdie.
Lógico, atuar. Sei, passarinho. A fúnebre majestosa.
This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral, 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. It must be glorious to behold.
Tem 18 minutos já aqui, vamos ver. Tá no 40.
Despite its banging name, the bang bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species. common in almost all Seminoles forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and white. The Seminoles name, Bang Bang, is thought to be of onomatopoeic origins.
Não foi nada.
Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so
16 minutes.
different. Which one are you? You're right. You're Cetarchus
Daí XP,
Venerius
subi de nível.
embodied. This ominous bird belongs on your heraldry.
Excuse me? I don't know. The most talkative one? The what now? You truly are one strange cop, aren't you? I have a strange cop offering to find my stupid husband. What a day.
Oh. Isso aqui. É a Sylvia? É aquela mulher do apartamento lá no começo? Por que tá assim? Que moleque chato. Uma coisa que dá pra fazer aqui. Oxi. Eu sabia que dava pra subir aqui. Olha aqui em cima, cara. Vamos chegar aqui. Será que é do começo lá mesmo? Olha lá. Ele coloca autoridade. Quanto que falta o bagulho aqui? Ah, encheu, eu nem vi. Ah, falta 3 minutos. Preciso destravar ou esquecer aqui. Ou se não, colocar alguma coisa. Não sei se coloca autoridade mesmo. Uma coisa que vai
Just a
diferente.
moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
São 3 telefones aqui, não são?
The union office probably has a phone, but I can't
Nossa,
really get
iminente.
there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
A little missing persons puzzle might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The water lock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I'd trust him with my husband's life any day. Oh my, what happened to the water lock? Oh, sweetie, if it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you both.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Colocar meu celular pra carregar, calma aí, já volto.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite.
Oh dear, I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the...
One other thing,
o Kim já tá entrando na onda.
Field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow. By a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was
Claro.
looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. Just divorced.
We skip it over some important that more later.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but...
Ah yes, Phasmatodea, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkled behind her glasses.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Oh. Sugestão. 3 eu tenho que tirar 11. Nossa, tem que tirar 8. Menos preocupado com o marido agora. Não.
The 15th Indo tribe.
Indo tribe.
Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo tribe was your Indo tribe, set to rule in Cylinder. The rest of the kids are dead now. Car accidents and drug overdoses. Only you remain.
Mais 10 centavos para cada orbe verde clicado. Opa! Nossa, eu cliquei em tudo. Capacidade de aprendizado de savoir-faire aumentada. Não, vou aceitar. Tom de reflexão. Os orbes que falaram era isso, então. Ó, nunca mais minha moral aumentou, né? Ficava direto, mais zero, mais zero, mais zero. Agora que eu perdi pela primeira vez, perdi 2 vezes, não aumenta mais nenhum. Mais 3.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring. Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown. Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copper type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax. Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits.
Aqui é pra ganhar outro daquele negócio lá, né?
Done
and
done.
Reflexão.
No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
Três de penitente, 4 de entediante, 6 de fascista, 5 de ultraliberal. Nossa senhora. Oficial comum da lei. 1h20, bônus temporário de pesquisa, menos 2 de império interior. Puta chatice. Certo, então parece que você tem um pouco do normal em você. Um toque do regular. 4 gramas de Johnny. De Johnny tira normal. Quem está imaginando isso? Você é o mais extremo de todos os tiros. Você disse umas coisas muito entediantes lá atrás e agora você tem... Oh, caralho. Cadê? Você tem 2 escolhas. Você pode ou deixar para trás, esquecer tudo isso, ou você pode tentar utilizar sua normalidade, internalizá-la. Dê um toque mais leve a esse ovo com sabor de arenque e esse sorvete de alcaçuz, que você chama de mente. Não tem mais espaço. O que você quer fazer? Ah, é.
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you. Still the lieutenant. This door can only be opened with a key.
Abre aí seu lugar aí. Ah, será que é aqui?
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Se colocar isso eu não vou colocar. Letra aqui nunca me tomei. Interação não vou colocar agora. estranho. Não sei pela mulher. Tava.
You see ahead, the door does not budge. Umas coisas que abrem com um negócio aqui. Qual é que esse cara, não? Acho que não, né? You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, office, you're very cool. Bang, 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 bang!
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
Don't shoot, officer! Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown? Good one, officer! You're a funny guy! Now what can I do for you? Then fire away, officer!
Reflexão. Ué? Vem só te dar mais dinheiro. Ele nem deu dinheiro.
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers,
Temos
extremely
opção.
comfy pants too.
Calça
Try them on
assim.
right here. No shame, only freedom. I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board. Good joke, officer!
Tem duas luzes aqui do
We
nada.
don't have permits, just economic freedom. Take a look around.
You glance around the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
That's right. no permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its low officials are so cool.
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders. I am not, however.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the gossamer state.
Gossamer is a fine, filmy substance consisting of cobwebs spun by small spiders, seen especially in autumn. It's safe to say he's referring to the near absence of regulations.
That's the main thing about you. Freedom is great. It's what lets independent entrepreneurs like me sell quality goods at competitive prices. No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
But did he first mark them up 100%, just so that he could put them on sale?
My man, you know how the game is played. You and me, we should work together. What do you think? Shake things up? Anything for you. You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out.
No hassle. There's a little of a hassle here, it appears. A moral hassle.
It is practically free. Yours for 5 cents a piece. Rock that tuna. Why not some macaroni too? No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers, an extremely reputable guy.
Wait. Humanix. Humanitarian aid.
What?
A convincing performance. Bravo.
Look, officer, I'm just the retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy. sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samoan Isola.
Very sharp, officer. I'm Serais, from the Sigai province of the Serais Empire. The Apricot Suzerainty, you know?
Apricot Suzerainty calls to mind an era when the Sigai archipelago was colonized by Revachol. It's a bit of a slur, in other words.
Oh no! It's very simple actually. Sigai is a shithole. Not good for independent entrepreneurs like this one here. That's why I came to Revachol. Speaking of, could I convince you to support an independent local entrepreneur right now?
Vou tirar um 6 aqui.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Hey.
Oh, okay. But why, officer? An investment? What kind of investment? I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about here?
1 milhão é foda. Vou colocar 10, mano. E vou vender tudo barato, isso que é foda.
10 real is a bargain
Caramba!
for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
Caralho. Tá bom.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of string.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things. Buy eco. Very cool. The economy thanks you, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places. The box smells like cat piss, or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look first-hand, buy second-hand. Keep the economy moving.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek, a windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport. All in different typefaces.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Compostura a mais? Um calafrio a menos? Mas blusão é pra colocar no lugar da... Não consigo ver aqui, né? Calafrio já tem um. Queria me dar mais um. O bug tá me dando resistência, cara. Vou tirar essa calça.
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes, keep saving that economy.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
A pair of Faun Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined mid.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest Faun sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool.
50?
Only 50 real.
Only? That's madness. Faun Ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine.
Olha lá, inspecione o tênis, inspecionei. Tira enciclopédia, coordenação motor e velocidade de reação. Mas no tênis também tem que ver o que dá lá, né? Não, mas 50 contas foda.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Faun Ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, "Solidarity aid from the People's Republic of Samara." The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. The best on the market. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk. Well, if you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for a little extra. 50 cents?
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers first.
Bosta, hein? Deixa eu ver se eu outro ali. Nacionalidade revolucionária? Não. Pistolas de dedo, 9mm. Bônus temporário de pesquisa, menos 2 de savoir-faire. Instalar, não ajuda. Tempo de pesquisa 1 hora. Te prometeram uma arma. Isso é... Quem que tá falando? Ah, ele não. Prometeram uma arma, isso é certo. Foi por isso que você se tornou um tiro. Ainda assim aqui estamos, vagando com mãos ociosas, com qualquer perdedor desprezível das ruas. De repente, você deveria estar resolvendo casos, falando com pessoas, tipo, como assim? Como eles irão acreditar que você pode se proteger e a eles? Os selvagens sem uma arma de fogo. Isso não é certo. Você precisa achar uma solução para esse problema. E você precisa estalar seus dedos para as pessoas enquanto faz isso. Foda que não dá pra saber, né, o que dá em cada um, velho. Bom, anotar isso aqui. Na próxima jogada você vai
The
saber.
shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime, officer. 100% guarantee.
Eu só não quis gastar os 6 aqui em percepção, né? Beleza, vou gastar.
Sporty and practical, officer. Good choice.
Não tô usando nada na cabeça. Percepção 6 agora.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up? Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work. The bosses, man. Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had saved 4 myself.
Então deixa eu falar com ela, né, da outra vez, vamos ver.
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph. In her, no response. Wherever this woman is, no response.
Uma sombra ali flutuando. Esse cara aqui. Sei 8 horas já de live. Não sei se faz. funciona pra caramba lá à noite.
To the left of some croissants and juice. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, "Your bottles clunk into the machine." A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicines. A colorful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles line the shop wall, inviting you closer. The bottles wink at you in the light. The smokes too glitter in their wrapping. It's like looking into a kind of heaven. Your knees are weak.
Percepção, a mais fez eu ver lá em cima, que eu não via da outra vez.
Guess not, no. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
Dá menos saúde e mais intelecto. Oh, compensa, hein? Porque daí eu tenho 5 bagulho pra encher a vida. Oh, esses bagulho compensa. Deixa eu ver o negócio.
The Pale Age vodka is special, I guess. It's stored in pale for a couple of years, which makes it super expensive and super strong. You know. I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
Substances give powerful bonuses to your main stats at the cost of damage to your health or morale. Cigarettes raise your intellect while damaging your health. Alcohol raises physique while damaging your morale.
Danifica, será que você perde ou você leva só dano só, velho?
Use medication, like Nosafed and magnesium, to counteract the negative effects of substances. Note, consuming substances can have unforeseen consequences for you.
Isso que é foda. 30? Melhor comprar o de 5. Você tenha mais uso, né? O de 3 aqui, ó. 3 de uso de descanso. Seja correto. Pegando uns cigarros lá, velho.
No, Frick only sells legal drugs, like the law says.
Vou ver como funciona isso, vou usar um bagulhozinho. Quanto que eu tenho desse? Tenho 2. Ah, sim.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found himself a bottle of alcohol. Here's where the Light reflects off the green glass of the Commodore red. The gods have been generous. Better pop it open before they change them. Wow, the gods of mass production have made this alcohol container laughably easy to open. A child could have done it. There's a satisfying pop as the cork jumps out, and the hair on your back rises like an army at attention. You've been here before. Welcome back, detective. You're home now. Nothing. Some mental stuff. Nothing to be worried about. Physically, you'll be strong as an ox. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess. So does your mind. All the bad things are melting. You're you again. A real cop. A real detective. Incredibly well done.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills. Physical instrument, half light, electrochemistry, endurance, pain threshold, and shivers. This is good before rolling a white check, but damages your morale. And remember,
from the void we came, and to the void we must return.
Antes de checar, ele quer ter bônus temporário, cara? Deu 2 de físico no geral, velho. Ô louco. Ô louco, mano. Ah, compensa, pô. Isso aqui tem que ver até onde vai nisso.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister.
Vou fazer 3 vezes aqui.
There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The 1st Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute, ready to step into fire for you, sir. You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself. People are watching. Water pussy. People are always watching. That's what makes it cool. Will they always be looking, though? Because they might go to the toilet, or you might be indifferent. Shut up and light that shit. You want to be an idiot for the rest of your life? This shit will give you the get a load of this rock and roll cop hair, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, the safety is always off. Repercussions? There's a high risk of glory, with a mild chance, cool genius. Smoking makes you into an intellectual. Everybody knows that. It will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself. The man you were in your youth. Johnny Thundercop is back, and he's chill as balls.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect skills. Logic, rhetoric, conceptualization, visual calculus, encyclopedia, and drama. This is good before a white check, but damages your health.
Deixa eu ver se isso ficar mesmo. Eu tô com 6 de intelecto base. Aqui tem coisa que dá motor e psique. Aparentemente deu base. Vinte Fugart que vai ser foda, velho. Montar isso aqui seria uma boa, hein? Chegar em 5 todos aqui. Outro aqui no é foda. Se eu tomar uma por dia ali, olha onde o cara tava. Não tava assim, né?
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you? Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to... You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and still better than scabbing. Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess, cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last the strike, though. I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs.
Então, fumar é menos do que beber. Vou ganhar os negócios.
The afternoon sun shimmers off the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. This is a Caprice Kanema. The Caprice
O próprio Kim tem alguma coisa a ver?
highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Kanema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour. The high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant. Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
You want to take a closer look? $130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there. Man, that's got to be a major advancement over the KR-18 GU engine on the old Caprice 40.
Oi.
Fala aí, Goku. Tá de boa? Nem fico na câmera, né? Fico lendo aqui, eu nem fico na câmera.
Tomando e tu?
Supercharged.
Tá de boa, tranquilo. Deixa eu não falar que daqui a pouco eu tenho que trabalhar, eu nem dormi ainda. Já tô ficando com sono. Já não, já era pra estar com sono antes, mas acordei tarde.
Yes, an extraordinary machine.
Diferença do continuar rosa, velho.
It's nice and all,
Ah, tá, é isso que eu
why
fiz.
so modest?
Não vi você gravar live desse dia.
É, eu só fiz ontem. É, depois da última vez que você tava na última live que você teve, eu só fiz ontem só. Aqui do disco Elysium. Ontem acho que eu fiz quase umas 8 horas também. De ontem pra hoje de madrugada, acho que eu parei umas 2 horas da manhã, madrugada.
Entendi.
Ó, daí azul é bagulho de intelecto, psiquismo, intelecto no caso.
Helium headlights would
Cálculo
improve the
visual.
range and quality of the visual field a lot.
Ó, GL.
Actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballast first. Maybe. Yes, definitely maybe.
Definitivamente, talvez. Outro?
And means no.
Retórica, velho. Não quer dizer não. Tá. Vamos falar em automático. Eu tenho que fazer um save aqui e usar a garrafa e cigarro no máximo ali pra ver se dá, né? Pra usar um tanto bom. Sete horas. Cada 7 horas, 7, 8, 9. 2 horas pra descansar se eu for deitar, velho. Apesar de querer jogar mais. Opa! A percepção aumentou, o negócio tá. Alguma coisa lá embaixo. Eu aumentei a percepção? Aumentei, 6. Algum motivo que eu... Ah, é o chapeuzinho. Olha a diferença, cara, que faz enxergar um mundo com os bagulhinhos.
Whoa, what have we here?
Uma ponte.
A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind.
Aumentou o
A
cálculo visual.
construction code violation if there ever was one.
True. They never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Revachol looks better, though. The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about. Shall we?
Cara, compensa muito se aumentar as coisas, hein, mano. Vou tentar depois ali os cigarros e o vinho pra ver o... com ajuda. Ou com ajuda não, com consigo usar. Ainda nada demais. Se eu usar ainda nada demais, os que eu tenho aqui, pelo menos 2 usos de cada um. Tá bom. Eu não tenho o quê? Autoridade? Eu não tenho distintivo aqui. E talvez usando esses negócios eu consiga até pular lá no chama? Ah, agora eu posso entrar por aqui. Pular ali e pegar a jaqueta. Tem que vir 9 horas aqui, não posso esquecer. Não dá pra ver aqui. O que tinha? Não, né? É só falar com o cara, né? Vidro quebrado? O que é aquilo ali em cima? Garrafa. Ó, segundo os caras, usar esses orbs aí dá 10 centavos a mais, né? Eu acho que é esse aí. Não, não, não. Mano, acho que eu vou tentar fazer isso aí, antes de andar mais para a cidade. Vou dar uma exagerada aqui. Ver o que acontece, vou salvar só porque eu vou parar, né? Vou entender. Ah, é, tinha isso aqui, né, cara?
An old call box with a matrix of push button. You hear the same waiting room music, but no one picks up the receiver anymore. You ring the doorbell, but no one. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's hair. All you hear is static, but no one answers the call. You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call. You wait for a minute or two, but looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. Silence. No one answers your call. This button looks...
This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Ah, ele tinha 4 de evolução? Sozinho? Será que é porque eu não enchi a moral ali? Tem que estar com a moral no 4? Eu tirei alguma coisa, será, do meu personagem? Não sei. Tinha alguma coisa que tava dando mais 2. Ah, aqui, mais 2. Acho que é porque eu não... Eu não enchi, eu acho que é isso. Deixa eu ver aqui, ó. A resistência tá 2 só também. Dano menos 1. Dano menos 2, eu acho que é isso não. Esse daqui foi pra mudar ao invés de diminuir. Acho que são os únicos. Bom. 7 horas, 8 horas e 44 de live. Vou parando, dando uma deitada só. Tá deitado até na hora do celular despertar. E eu vou continuar jogando mais umas 2 horas aqui. Vou ficar deitado essas 2 horas, vai ter que conseguir dormir um pouco também. Amanhã eu jogo mais um tempo. Vamos ver se dessa vez eu consigo completar pelo menos a final no jogo. Platinar esquece. O Dragon Ball tá naquele esquema de já quase platinar e tá na última saga, né? Mas aqui platinar esquece, já falei. E eu vou final pelo menos uma vez, né? Eu morri lá na primeira, né? Eu vou salvar. Eu vou fazer o teste aqui. Como que usa? Não pode usar a qualquer momento, tá? Oh, caralho. Anda muito gravado. Deixa eu só ver um... Não aumentou não, hein? Ah não, tá 3, tá 3. Como que usa, será? Tem que fazer aquela jogo da percepção lá.
The dented yellow mailbox.
Tá me dando?
There is a hollow ring as you kick the box. It sounds like it's mostly empty. Your toe hurts. Your toe has suffered damage. It hurts.
4? Cadê 4? Ah não, aqui tem 4. Né?
Cool.
Eu ia, mano, se eu chutasse aqui com o indivíduo eu ia morrer, cara. Olha isso.
He does not actually think it's cool. If anything, the lieutenant feels sorry for the poor box. He's leaning in to inspect the layers of graffito that deface it. The lieutenant pats the box, ever so slightly.
Essa porra não é nada pra mim.
The worn and beaten wood.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench.
Cara, eu não sei usar o bagulho. Será que tem um momento certo pra usar?
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something, soft, yet crinkly. Hey, it's a
Caralho, velho.
It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar.
Tem que testar as roupas para ver as coisas, hein?
By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in sur-le-clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum, loved by kids of today.
Caralho, velho, esse jogo, mano. Ai.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. the surface of another planet, or some ancient temple. Yes, from the height of antiquity. The sun sets, there is movement next to you. Why are you talking to a bitter, whatever petrochemical until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind you?
Ganhar bagulho novo. Marcaste item. O item gerou bagulho novo aqui de repetição. Medindo velocidade de reação. Vivendo no passado. Caralho. Deixa eu ver se tem a ver com trocar de mapa. Eu não sei, mano, como que usa. Vamos olhar aqui.
There he
Tirar a
still is,
dúvida.
looking right through you. The
Só pra
smell
zoar.
is
Ai, tirei
repulsive.
10. Hein?
It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you expected. More fever than
Olha lá, falei que eu vou vomitar aqui. Só que eu acho que assim ainda. Achava que assim passaria, mas acho que não vai passar não.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stings from the stomach. The smell of Commodore Red rises from the pool. Among it, distilled spirits and bits of shish kebab.
Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. That young woman, the gardener, mentioned she used salts for the smell. If she doesn't have any, there might be some in the fridge store nearby.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the wipe check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Interessante. Mas eu não consigo, o que eu queria fazer eu não consegui, né? $2,50. Segunda-feira. Semana com o dinheiro da loja Fit. Jardim, se eu tivesse feito isso no dia, eu pegava com a jardineira, né? Agora não é.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything. You could even be a model.
Even a mod? Glenn, I went to law school. I am an attorney.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International. The cold look in her eyes speaks louder than words. She is not amused. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
Eu não consigo mais falar
I
com
am
ela.
not.
You could be, Liz.
Even a mod?
He's right. With a face like that, she could be...
So fucking what? Lots of models are actually really smart people, fuckwad.
No, Glenn. They aren't.
This didn't change her opinion of you. It's not her. She's not a hardy girl. Definitely.
Não, queria usar o bagulho ali pra ver se funciona, velho. Ah, agora pode. Não. Ah, liberar, funciona aqui. É só o vídeo. Será que tem tempo pra fazer isso então, velho? Podia ter feito no primeiro dia.
Yes?
Ah, que isso é real, essas coisas, a gente tinha até esquecido disso. Tô ali no... os controles, né? Dá uma ajudada a procurar mais coisas, né? Não tem nada? Vou parar, mano. Vamos usar a live aqui. Isso. Não, salvamento automático nem ferrando, hein? Ó, tem que lembrar de carregar o jogo. Eu vim aqui carregar o jogo. Tô vendo isso daqui, ó. Não é aqui, é aqui. Eu ia testar os negócios. 19. Ah, a hora que é agora, é isso? Ah, é. Isso aqui não, 19:02 então. Beleza. Vamos nessa aqui então. Valeu aí. Falou. Amanhã eu volto.